what it is that they're doing. Like, it's not a good problem if you don't have a team that can compete within your own vision. They can't beat Philly. They can't beat the Commanders right now. They might not even be able to beat the Cowboys. So what are y'all doing? Like, why the stockpiling of all these quarterbacks? You sign DeVito is the fan favorite. You re-sign him. You get Jameis Winston. I never liked Jameis Winston. You know, I thought he was good in college, and then when he came to the pros, he had issues. I think he still got those issues that he never ironed out. And then you go after Russell Wilson on a 1 year deal for 21 million. 21, we're leasing him for a whole season. He might not even start. And then there's talks about Dion wants his son here, so we still might get the third pick if Shador is available. And to me, that is who we need to go after, our future quarterback for the next 10 to 15 years. They talking about Archie Manning next year. Archie Manning might not want to come here. And anything can happen to Archie Manning between now and next season. You know what I'm saying? So it's like y'all are hoping for lightning in the bottle with Archie Manning. He might be bad. He might not have the same genes as his uncles. You know what I mean? So this whole thing with the general manager, or not the manager, the owner came out and he said, I didn't even see the press conference he gave, but in the press conference after last season, he said that one of the issues they wanted to address was QB. And I get it. Now, yes, right now we have a better QBs than Daniel Bum-ass Jones. I never liked Daniel Jones. I've always said it. And even when that 1 year we went to the postseason, all the Giants fans, gave him a pass. Oh, wait, yeah, but he was not great. He was not long term. We went to the postseason once with them, and that was mostly because of Saquon. And I've been said that. I'm like, we had no offense. Saquon was our only true offense. And we went because of him. And without Saquon, we couldn't score no points. You know what I'm saying? And I never wanted them to re-sign Daniel Jones. I thought that was just a mistake. It was like, how do you let Saquon go to not even leave, but he goes to the enemy? He goes to the rival team and then he wins a championship with them? Like, we'll never live that down. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they're banking on this Tracy Jr. to have a great. I hope he is, because he ain't Saquon. And you see the difference that Saquon made with Philly, and now they're gonna have, if they draft Shador, they're gonna have immediately a QB controversy going into training camp, because now the question is gonna be: do you start Shador? Do you start Russell Wilson? If it was up to Dion, he would start his son, and I would start his son over Russell Wilson right now.
But what you're gonna do? I mean, it would seem like they would cut Jameis Winston because Jameis Winston he has higher between him and Tommy DeVito. Winston has higher trade value.
Yeah, but I mean, who would want him? Like, I saw him play last season. He wasn't good. Like, okay, you won a couple games for the Browns, but was the Browns going anywhere?
I mean, he did have that one game in the snowstorm
Hmm.
when
Against the Steelers?
yeah when he led that
Yeah.
incredible last drive,
Hmm.
for
That
the
was wild.
score. To
That
me,
was wild.
I could see a team in the 11th hour making a play for Jameis Winston,
Uh-huh.
but I don't like, for me. You just mentioned Saquon Barkley.
Hmm.
Like, where is what's the strategy for the Giants to get a bona fide stud at the running back position? Because it's not going to matter. Cause it's not going to matter if you have Russell Wilson behind center. If he can't, if the ground game isn't going to be there,
Exactly.
Russell Wilson, he's going to be a dead. He's going to be a
That
sitting duck in the
that
pocket.
is that is my whole point. That is why I don't understand why they were in the talks for Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, because for them, I would think for both of those QBs, you want to be on a team that's already a contender. You don't want to be on a team they're rebuilding. The Giants are clearly rebuilding. We are not. I don't know what these people are saying on ESPN, and they talking about, oh, well, if you get Russell Wilson, if you get Aaron Rodgers, y'all will be a wild. We're not a wild card. We can't beat the even teams in our own division. So how will we be a wild card with who? Who are we beating? You know what I'm saying? And it's like if you at least if you get Shador, you get your young QB for the next 10 to 15 years, you can build a contender, a championship team with him and with Malik Neighbors. I don't see what was the. I think we wasted a roster spot getting Russell Wilson and Jameis. You know what I'm saying? Because Jameis, I'm not starting Jameis over Russell Wilson. I'm not starting him. I might not even start him over DeVito. You know what I'm saying? Because he has
Yeah.
a tendency to, like, the mistakes he made in Tampa, he's still making now. And you would think he would have learned from that. He's still making the same. He throws a lot of interceptions and he makes a lot of bad decisions with the ball. And this is a guy that he's a veteran now. He's what 10 years for him at least, or almost 10 years, and he's still making the same mistakes as a QB. I'm like, and for somehow he's still getting QB money, still getting a job on the team. But I'm like, yo, I'm not starting him. I think if any QB would have to go, it would be him. I would start Russell Wilson. I would start Shador. I would start DeVito over him.
Well,
You know
he's
what I mean?
getting $4 million
Hmm.
from the Giants, which is, I mean, that's like chump change to the
Right,
Giants.
right. But still, it's like, what would be their desire to sign a Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? We're not going anywhere with them. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't get it. It's like we have no tight end. Okay, we still need some. I mean, I know they signed a couple of people, but they signed some bums. They didn't sign nobody of significance. You know what I'm saying? Especially on the offense, like they signed a receiver that was with the Cardinals. I don't even think they even threw the ball to him out there in Arizona. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like, you know what is the plan? Dude? I'm like, if they want to get back to being a contender, it starts with the QB. It don't start with the defense. You gotta have a QB first and foremost. There's people saying, oh, well, they should draft Travis Hunter. They should draft Abdul, but we still would need a QB. The QB is the face. We need a QB. We need a young QB. We don't need Aaron Rodgers. He's already past his prime. We don't need Russell Wilson. At this point, he's a journeyman. Russell Wilson is looking to get a check. I would think he's looking to win also. We're nowhere near ready to win compared to the Steelers. The Steelers are a playoff team. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not the Steelers. So I didn't understand. And I feel like the Steelers messed up by not re-signing them, because now y'all are hoping that Aaron Rodgers say yes to you. What if he don't? What if he says, I'm done, I'm retired? Then they asked out. You know what I'm saying? It was like I would have jumped at the chance to re-sign Russell Wilson. What was the wait? You think Aaron Rodgers could do a better job than Russell Wilson at this point? I don't think he can.
I don't understand the rationale for any team picking up Aaron Rodgers,
Mhm.
because Aaron Rodgers, not only is his physical abilities diminishing, but he has terrible leadership. His
Mhm.
attitude is always dour. He is narcissistic. He makes the working conditions around him so uncomfortable, and he's not inspiring. I mean, you would think after um, picking up Devontae
Adams.
Adams
Mhm.
mid-season that Aaron Rodgers will be very motivated,
Mhm.
to pick up the slack, and now they have a chance to make a run for the AFC East.
Right.
And they didn't win another game until the penultimate game against the Miami Dolphins.
Mhm.
So when you say that the Steelers are a playoff team, I don't know if they're a playoff team
Well,
because
okay. What I mean is, they made the playoffs last year, right? I think
Mhm.
where they messed up at was they kept Russell Wilson in there for too long, because he lost like five straight games to them. That's when they needed to switch up in that 5 game span and be like, yo, we're going back to Justin Fields like we did it in the start of the season, because maybe Justin can get us some playoff wins. They haven't won a playoff game in years. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, Mike Tomlin is been there. He's been there for a long time, and it came close to. You heard rumors about them maybe moving on past them, and they re-signed him. So now he has to win. He has to win again. Like what was the holdup? Like even if you didn't keep Justin Fields, to me I would have re-signed Russell Wilson. I don't know why they waited this long and they let Russell Wilson sign somewhere else to a team where they're not ready to win and go to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? And now they made all these changes. They got receivers now to go along with George Pickens, and now you have no quarterback. So if Aaron Rodgers wake up tomorrow and say he retired, then what? Who they gonna go to? Y'all better call up Cordell Stewart. Yeah, you better, you know what I'm saying?
Man,
you better call up somebody.
Be in his 50s by now, man.
I know, but hey, Aaron Rodgers is already done to me. He's coming off an ACL injury, and he hasn't been the same since that injury. Look what he did to the Jets. He made all these demands and all these changes to the Jets team, and then you turn around and say, "Oh, well, he didn't like the way that the Jets were playing." It was you that made the changes to the Jets. They gave him that free reign to get your receivers from Green Bay and plays he was comfortable with, the same way that Brady did when he went to Tampa, and he wanted Gronk down there, and he got Gronk, and he got his other plays, and they end up winning this Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers did that. He's the one that made those changes because the front office of the Jets allowed him to do that. So now it's like a slap in the face to the front office saying, "Oh, well, he didn't like the direction they were going," but it was your changes that caused that. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna say, I'll be honest, I haven't been too impressed with the Lions free agency moves, but man, at least I'm thankful that we did not put that. I'm not a Steelers fan right now because it's like you said, man, like you couldn't match what the Giants offered.
Exactly.
I mean, because tell me if it's incorrect, but the Giants signed him to $10.5 million guaranteed, and
21 million.
21 million.
Yeah, and that's 10 million guaranteed. You mean the Steelers couldn't match that or give him more?
I mean, that's a bargain right there.
And the thing is, once again, they have a team that's ready to go to the playoffs. The Giants don't. We can't beat nobody in our division. How the fuck do you want to sign Russell Wilson at 21 million to go where? To go at the bottom of the NFC East again? They're not going nowhere with that team.
And if you look at the AFC North, the Ravens are the only team that's in the Steelers' way. You need a quarterback like Russell Wilson that can be a deterrent to Lamar Jackson.
Exactly.
And now, if I'm a Ravens fan, I feel like we got a clear path, to
win they do
the division.
because if tomorrow morning if Aaron Rodgers say he's done, he's retired, the Steelers are asked out, and they're going to regret not re-signing Russell Wilson. And we're not even going to talk about Cleveland because Cleveland, they got a $200 million QB that they have no faith in, and they're already talking about getting another QB. You know what I'm saying? And it's like
in that quarter, and Deshaun Watson, he's going to be sidelined all year. He had season-ending.
Oh, did he?
Season-ending surgery.
So he's not playing. He's not playing for the new season.
No. Wow. Let me look it up real quick.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, because when they because Deshaun Watson
he had a torn Achilles or something like that.
Yeah, he had an injury. I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, that's when they were using Jameis or whatever.
Yeah, according to Yahoo Sports, the Cleveland Browns have a clear question at quarterback given the injury woes and substandard play of Deshaun Watson. Watson has been with the Browns for the past 3 seasons. After being traded to Cleveland in the prime of his career, he was once viewed as a perennial Pro Bowler in Houston, but an Achilles injury in 2024 has put that conversation on hold.
Wow.
As works through the rehab process, Cleveland has been linked to another Pro Bowl quarterback.
What I would do, I would give him one more year. Because he's always been injured. Even when he was at the Texans, he was injured. But he actually took the Texans to the playoffs. And I would give him because they spent too much money. I believe he's the highest paid QB in the league still. That he's like highest paid over Patrick Mahomes, who's a Super Bowl champion many times over, and all the other perennial QBs. I would give him one more year. I would say this is your last year. Show us what you can do. If we don't take this team to the playoffs, then we're going after another QB. Next year we got Archie Manning. That's the same Archie Manning that the Giants are banking on if they don't get draft a QB in this draft. But I would give him one more year because he's coming off another injury. When he's healthy, he can play, but he hasn't been healthy in a long time, and people forget about that because of the charges that was brought up on him with the 60 different female masseuses and all that. People forget how good he was. But if he can come back and assuming that he goes into training camp and he's healthy, he starts week one. If he can have a healthy, good season and take him to the playoffs, then I keep him. But if he doesn't, then they gotta move on from him. They gotta draft the QB and cut their losses. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you have their perennial star Miles Garrett that he wants out. Like he wants to win.
We wanted Miles Garrett, but he
Uh-huh.
he resigned with the Browns.
Right. But he's not gonna resign with the Browns unless there was reassurance that we're gonna build a contender around you and we want to win as much as you want to win. And if that means cutting their losses as expensive as it is and getting rid of Deshaun Stevenson, then so be it. But I would give him one more year
I
and let
mean,
him know ahead of time, like, yo, this is your last year to prove everybody wrong and to let people know, like, yo, we didn't make a mistake signing you to that $200 million contract.
they did. The Browns did restructure Watson's contract last year,
Mm-hmm.
and they created like around $36 million in salary cap space. So they
Right,
so they're moving around that free cap money, to extend
right.
players. But the thing is, though,
Mm-hmm.
you said that you want to give him one more year
Yeah,
to prove that his salary wasn't a mistake.
right.
I got to be honest, though. If you like the Browns, they signed him to $230 million guaranteed. His annual salary is $46 million.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be owed $46 million for the next 2 seasons.
Right.
Then the cap hit of $72.9 million
Mm-hmm.
in
And
2025 and
and
2026.
and but they knew ahead of time when they signed that contract because the owner loves him. They knew ahead of time what they were getting themselves into. So whether it works or not, they on the hook for that money.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So it's like you for Miles Garrett to resign, they have to give him reassurance. And when the draft comes in April, where is he going to be at in his rehab that they know, like, yo, maybe we don't have to draft a QB. Maybe we can draft Travis Hunter. Maybe we can draft Abdul. You know what I'm saying? They have to have some type of assurance in it by the time the draft comes and look at Deshaun's rehab and say, you know what? We're gonna give him one more year because we believe he's gonna come back better than ever. We believe he's gonna have a successful, healthy season and he's gonna take us to the playoffs finally. If that don't happen, they gotta cut all ties with him. And who do you have out there? There's nobody else. If Aaron Rodgers turn around and say he's retired, that's for the Steelers and for the Browns. They asked out. So who do they have? Who's their back? I don't even know who's their backup. Who's their backup? Because James Winston signed with the Giants.
I mean, Kenny Pickett is their backup.
That's what they got to roll with. Until they could get somebody else, that's what they got to roll with. Now I know Ryan Tannehill is out there. Would they take a chance on him?
He would be he would be a better signing than Kenny Pickett. I mean,
Right.
I seen Kenny Pickett when he was with the Steelers,
Uh-huh.
and
He
Mason
wasn't good.
Rudolph was he was Mason Rudolph was far superior to Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the Browns are in a predicament as well. It's like we they have their quarterback. It's just that their quarterback can't stay healthy. It's like what do we do? Do we draft a QB when the draft comes, or do we hold out and hope that Deshaun comes back healthy and ride with him for one more season? Because it literally has to be his one more season. Because if he comes back and he's not healthy and they don't win, they gotta cut ties with him.
I mean, but
That
a
that just
successful season for
mhm.
see a successful season for the Browns would be being a wild card team because they're not better than the Steelers, and they definitely ain't better than the Ravens.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
they're
but
gonna have to
even
be
the
a
Ravens, I got it. Even the Ravens, you gotta give a shout out to, because Lamar can't beat. He can't win it in the playoffs when it counts. You got, and
but
this
you
is a guy that's won MVP trophies, like I believe, what, back-to-back seasons or whatever. Yeah,
I mean
you.
he
Mhm.
should have won the MVP for this past season.
No, I disagree. I really believe that Saquon should have won it, because he made a huge difference with the Eagles, going there and giving them a running game. And
Hmm.
even though like the coach and it seemed like the coach and the QB and the receivers were bickering, Saquon brought stability to that team, and he's, to me, he's the reason why they had such a great season, and why they won the NFC East.
I'm not even mad at that because
Mhm.
I was intimating that Lamar Jackson should have won over Josh Allen.
I thought
But
Josh Allen had a better season. The thing is, it's like the regular. This is why I don't get hyped for regular season, because it's like, yeah, you could win in the regular season, but none of that shit matters until the postseason. You see what they doing now in the NBA with OKC, OKC, blah blah blah, Cleveland. Yeah, they winning in the regular season. Can those teams win in the postseason when it counts? Because I don't believe that Cleveland can beat Boston. I don't believe OKC can win the West. I think they're good regular season teams, but they haven't proven anything in the postseason yet. But for people to already be picking them as the favorites, some like them.
I mean, OKC and Cleveland, they have been consistent for 6 months. Like they've
Yeah.
had winning streaks of 20 plus games.
Hmm.
But in the playoffs, you have to play series. And it brings the you got to question, as good as Cleveland is, as good as OKC is, can you beat an opponent 4 times in the series where you want to have multiple adjustments, lineup changes? There's going to be more scrutiny on fouls, more
Right.
scrutiny on physical play,
Hmm. Right.
and and I think OKC, the jury is still out.
Right. Even even Shea Gillis said it, like they haven't accomplished anything in the regular season, in the postseason yet. So it's like, yeah, regular season is cool, but regular season don't get you a championship. It's the postseason. You know what I'm saying? And I look at what the Ravens did. Yeah, Ravens was a great. They did good in the regular season, but what did they do in the postseason? They choked. Lamar cannot beat the teams when it matters, and same with Josh Allen. They still can't get over the hump of beating the Chiefs. So as long as you have Mahomes there, both of those QBs cannot beat the Chiefs. And until they do that, they're gonna only be a good regular season team. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, that division is wide open, because even if the Ravens do win the division and they get to the postseason, we know they're not beating the Chiefs. They already showed it. Same with the Bills. if the Bills, if they're gonna always be the favorites right now in the East. Not the Jets. It's not the Patriots, even though they signed Stephon Diggs. It's not Miami. It's gonna be the Bills. But we know when they get to the postseason, they're going to choke. And I said this to you. I said this to you last year. I'm like, yo, both Lamar and Josh have a lot to prove because neither one of them have beaten Mahomes in the postseason, and it happened again. You know what I'm saying? So now it's like to me that division is wide open. It's like any team could win that division. I don't even know that the Ravens are going to be the favorites, but they not dominant. They're only dominant in their own division. You know what I'm saying?
If I'm after seeing the Eagles beat the Chiefs senseless, the Bills should be ashamed of themselves because they threw Patrick Mahomes around all game long like a rag doll. I mean, they had what, 6 sacks?
Right.
And you see just how frustrated Travis Kelce was when he was bracketed all night long. When you double him on third and longs,
Yeah.
like as long as you don't give up anything intermediate, you know, just if you can give up 5 yards and just live with
Right.
3rd and 5, you have a shot.
Right.
But I think the Buffalo Bills, they have a lot. If they want to get over that hump, they have to address their defense.
Yeah. And Josh Allen had a great year, and it was all for nothing because once they ran into the Chiefs, they could not beat them. You know what I'm saying? I really thought like maybe that was the year that they was gonna actually get to the Super Bowl with Josh, and they was gonna get over the hump and beating Mahomes, and nope, it didn't happen again. So both Josh and Lamar kryptonite is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So if I'm Cleveland, if I'm the Steelers, I'm looking at that division like, it's wide open. You know what I'm saying? Isn't Cincinnati in that division too?
Yeah, yes, they are. With
I'm looking at Cincinnati like, I'm
Burrow.
picking Cincinnati to win that division. They re-signed both their receivers, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. They got Burrows. I'm picking Cincinnati to win that division next year.
I mean, that's damn near unfair when you got 2 all pros
Yeah,
at the same position.
right. You know what I'm saying? I think this is their time. I mean, and they were coming back. They had a bad season last year, but they started to win games late. It just wasn't enough for them to make the wild card. I think they missed it by one game. But I'm looking at it like, we got our team. They're primed to take that division next season. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have all these analysts. Oh, it's the Ravens. I'm not picking the Ravens. After what happened, I'm not picking them. I think they'll be a formidable. They'll challenge for the division, but I think Cincinnati gonna take that division next year. You know what I'm saying? And Burrows really is the only one that beat Mahomes in that division and went to the Super Bowl and against the Rams. You know what I'm saying? So I'm picking them. I think that's gonna be the team to beat in that division. But Cleveland, they need a QB. Not just I wouldn't pick one yet. I would, like I said, I would put Deshaun on notice. Like, this is your last season. Prove to everybody that our investment was certified. Prove to everybody that you're just as good as Mahomes and Josh Allen and Burrows and Lamar Jackson. Prove that this season by winning, staying healthy, and taking us to the postseason. And if he can't do that, then they got to get a QB. But if they get a QB now, again, it's going to be another QB controversy going into training camp because now it's like, have they moved on from Deshaun, or are you trying to put fear in Deshaun by he has to look over his shoulder now, like, oh, we got Shador, so you better step your game up for this $200 million. You know what I'm saying? So I think I would give him one more season to see if he could come back healthy from the rehab and like I said, when he's healthy, he's good. But he hasn't been healthy for a long time. Since the Texans. He hasn't had a healthy season, full season with the Browns since he signed with them. And that's what everybody wants to see. Can he be healthy and finally show people, the old Deshaun Stevenson from the Texans? And if he can't do that, then they got to get a QB. I just think it's too much of an investment to just get rid of him and then restart your team with a young rookie QB. You know what I'm saying? The Giants need a QB more than Cleveland do. You know what I'm saying? Like this, I don't
Yeah,
understand why they would sign unless they're going after Shador and then they want Russell Wilson to mentor him. But look how that turned out in Pittsburgh. He wasn't there to mentor Justin
Justin
Fields.
Fields.
No, he wasn't there to mentor him. He wasn't going leaving Denver to go to Pittsburgh to mentor Justin Fields. He was going there to start. That's what it was. And and
Well, it
and
was Justin Fields' job once Russell Wilson wasn't was injured, right?
well, they couldn't even tell you who they were starting in week one because it was still up in the air. Like I believe that they wanted to get some reps out of Justin Fields and they did that. And then they said, okay, we're going to Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson did his thing. He can still play, but he's not taking you to the promised land at this point in his career. So what was the so like I said, if you sign in Russell Wilson, you're signing him to do what exactly? Are you signing him to be a bridge gap to your next young QB, or are you signing him so that he can mentor your next young QB that you draft in the draft coming up in April? Because I don't see with Russell Wilson how we got better. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah,
if they're drafting Shador and you want Russell Wilson to mentor him, that's one thing. And even with that, I'm looking at it like, yo, his true mentor is Deion Sanders, his pops. I don't think he needs any mentoring. I think he's gonna come in with any team and he's gonna blow their socks off. And I believe he's gonna be that good because I've seen him play in college. He's that good. So I don't think the mentoring from Russell Wilson it's not needed. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you sign Russell Wilson and he's going to be your backup to Shador, that's one thing. But then why sign Jameis? Why do we need Jameis on the team for what? For what purpose? You wasted a roster spot.
yeah.
Like why is he on the team
Well,
exactly?
first of all, Jameis Winston, he's incredibly immature, and he's not the uh, you remember when he was with the Saints and it was um, it was some game where they were in the victory. They were supposed to be in the victory formation,
Right.
and James Winston he defied the coach's
Exactly.
orders to go in
Exactly.
victory formation. Actually, threw for a touchdown.
Right.
To me, that any other if this was any other situation, Jameis Winston would have been cut.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been reprimanded. Like I wouldn't want that. Uh, I wouldn't want Jameis Winston
I,
mentoring Shador at all.
I just want people to remember what you remember the shit that he did in college when he was at Florida State, and he stole, not paid
Some
for it. He
crab
stole
legs.
crab legs out of a Publix a supermarket. Stole, not paid for it. Like he walked right out with the crab legs, like it was nothing. If that was anybody else, they would have got arrested. You want to have a jail record for stealing crab legs out of a supermarket?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
and no community service, no
None,
restitution,
none. They didn't give him
no
nothing. No
working
slap
at
on
the
the wrist.
restaurant
Nothing.
to make up for what you stole.
Exactly. They didn't give him no slap on the wrist or nothing. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
And
and, and to me, I mean, you got. So did the Giants? Did they sign Jameis Winston at the same time as Russell Wilson?
No, but they signed Jameis before him. But the thing is, the excuse is, oh well, you know, I saw Mike Green on Mike Greeny from ESPN saying, oh well, the Giants didn't have no QB last year, so they're signing the best available QBs. It don't mean we need to sign shit either. I don't care. I don't would like I said, I would not start James Winston. I wouldn't. I don't think he's been good his whole career, and he's been on bad teams.
I always said just because something is on sale doesn't mean you
Exactly.
have to buy it.
Exactly. So if you go to a department store now and you see vintage Fubu, you're gonna buy it because it's on sale. I wasn't
Exactly.
rocking Fubu. I wasn't rocking Fubu in the '90s. I'm damn sure not gonna rock it in 2025.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly. And I think too many teams they they sign players just because they're
They're available.
they're available for
Right.
below the market,
Exactly.
and they figure it may be good to have as an insurance policy, but
Exactly.
$4 million is a lot of money. I know it's not a lot of money to the owners
Hmm.
because that's like a drop in the bucket as an investment,
Right.
but that's a roster spot that Winston's taking up,
Yeah.
and
It
and and, um, and I'm glad you shed that light on it because
mm,
initially I thought, I mean, you didn't have a quarterback at all, but now you have three. But after you broke it down for me, yeah, this doesn't make any sense because say if nobody picks up Jameis Winston,
right.
you just going to let him walk?
Right. And the thing is, the owner noticed that, yes, that we needed a QB. We had to move past Daniel Jones, and they did that. But now you have three on the roster, and potentially you might have a fourth one if they draft Shador at number three, which I think they should. I think I'm drafting Shador and I'm starting Shador. I'm not drafting Shador so that he can be behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. What? The nigga that stole crab legs out of a public supermarket? I'm playing behind? Fuck
Oh
no.
my god! And I just thought of something like, could you imagine like having to hear if Jameis Winston were to start,
Right.
if they win, you want to hear Jameis Winston's post game speeches
Oh God.
every week.
No. No. Fuck no.
Yo, I would rather see Shador Sanders. I want to see how he develops as a leader because I want to see what he take. Like Shador, he's cocky, he
Mm-hmm.
has swagger like his old man,
Yep.
but as a quarterback, it's one thing for Dion as a cornerback, to talk shit
Right.
and to self promote himself, but
Mm-hmm.
Shador as a quarterback is going to have to kind of do some coach speak. He's going to have to be fake humble.
Yeah.
I just want to
No, I
see
don't.
like I
No,
just
he
want to
but
see. Uh-huh.
he needs to bring that cocky energy to the Giants. This is New York City. Who's more cocky than us? This is New York City. We need that swagger again. We haven't had that in a very long time since Eli was here. And we all know that it was damn sure the cockiness was not coming from Eli. He was quiet as a mouse. He was very humble. It was everybody else that was cocky as hell on the team. But we need that swagger from our QB. And when was the last time the Giants had a black young QB? Never. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? We need that. You know what I'm saying? It's long overdue. And if I'm drafting him and I'm starting him, I'm not having him play behind Russell Wilson, who's already past his prime, and a nigga that stole crab legs out of Publix. Fuck that. He's starting. I'm putting him on notice already from draft day. We drafted
I
Shador and he's starting. Unless something, God forbid, some significant, some horrible injury happens to him in training camp, and I hope it doesn't. I'm starting him. That's our day one QB.
I would be surprised if Jameis Winston was still on the roster at training camp. Like
Hey,
like come
but-
like come late July or early
right.
August. There's no. the Giants would. Well, to me, heads should be rolling if he's still on the roster.
He can make the team. He can still make teams at this point. The problem is who started him. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're starting them, you're starting them because your team is already done and they're out of contention. You're not starting them on a championship contending team because he's never been on that type of team before.
The only way I can see Jameis Winston like starting would be like would be yeah no I would say like in October, like
right.
if they're so far out of playoff contention that
right.
It doesn't even make sense for Shador or
exactly.
Russell Wilson to start.
Exactly.
Just put Winston in.
Yeah.
Other than that, man, yeah.
That's what Cleveland did. They were already out of contention when he was playing. It's like, why else would you start him? Because he's never been on no championship contending team. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he can still make the roster. I'm just saying starting him. You know what I mean? And the owner wanted to stockpile all these QBs because we didn't have no QB depth last year. I get it, but now it's time to draft your QB of the next 10 to 15 years, and it damn sure ain't nobody on this roster right now.
But usually the general manager would make these calls. Like, why is the owner like doing all that?
You know why? Because both the coach and the general manager is on the hot seat, and that's the thing. Because it's like there's two different things going on here. Because it's like you're telling them already they're on the hot seat and they better win. But if you draft a young QB, are they going to win under the same general manager and coach that's on the hot seat? Because that means as soon as Shador, if Shador gets drafted, he has to win here immediately. Ain't no learning curve. Like you got from week to week, you better put up W's for the Giants or you know what I mean? So
the owner expects Shador Sanders to lead a Giants team that's going to leapfrog the Super Bowl champions.
Not Super Bowl, but at least get us into the wild card. Because it's the general manager and the coach's job is on the line. And again, you're not going to win. I don't believe they're going to win. Even if they don't draft Shador, I don't believe they're going to win with Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston.
But here's
so what was the point of signing them?
I can't imagine. There's a lot of competition for those free wild card spots.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's going to be a lot of competition for one of those wild card spots from the NFC North, and there's going to be some competition from the NFC South because that division is less competitive. To me, that's a lot of pressure to put on Shador, and you still have to fill out the offense.
Yeah.
You still need a tight end. You still need a running back. And
they got Tracy Jr., but they to me they need we need Taquan back. That's what we need. I don't know how good this Tracy Jr. cat is, and I'm like, yo, we need another running back prepared with him, like a veteran, but somebody that's good.
Yeah,
you know.
But see, like the only thing is, like, I don't know if the owner's making these decisions. I hate to say this, but it sounds like the Giants are fucked.
The owner was the one that came out in the press conference after the season was over and said that they need to address the QB spot, and they're addressing it right now. If they draft Shador, that is your QB of the future. You're not drafting Shador so that he can play behind a nigga that stole crab legs and a QB that's already past his prime. So it's like, you know what I mean? What to me, I don't understand what the hell the front office is doing, and this is the shit that people are scratching their heads for since last season. Y'all let Saquon go, but y'all gave Daniel Jones the bag.
But I also feel like Russell Wilson, he kind of caught lightning in the bottle in Pittsburgh because that system was very condensed,
right?
As far as the playbook is concerned,
right?
Like Tomlinson, like he really held a lot of those players to the chest.
Right.
Like especially like when Justin Fields he started like 6 games, and then he worked Russell Wilson into the system, and then probably by the second or third game, Russell Wilson, he started to throw it openly downfield.
Right.
Like from what I've seen of the Giants, it seems like you don't have an offensive line that's good enough to even get the timing for those plays
Exactly.
downfield.
Exactly.
That's like, man, like,
Yeah. So they
Russell
basically
Wilson. Russell Wilson might get killed trying to
right.
do that.
So you got Russell Wilson like, oh yeah, we signed Russell Wilson. He can run the offense, but y'all have no damn offense. So what is he running exactly?
It sounds like the owner is like Captain Obvious. Like, you need a quarterback.
Right. Let's sign him.
So
And they were also in the running. They were also in the running for Aaron Rodgers, and I believe Aaron Rodgers looked at that team and said, "I'm not going there. I would retire before I go there." You know what I'm saying?
you know that you're a terrible team when even
Right.
Aaron Rodgers is like, you know
Exactly.
what? As shitty as I've been,
I-
I don't want to be in the mud.
exactly.
Like
For
I,
bo- for
yeah,
for
like
both New
like
York teams, no. You already fucked up one New York team. No, we already a mess. We don't come to this New York team and mess it up as well.
oh
Mess it up
my,
even more. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Aaron Rodgers. I don't believe Aaron Rodgers was ever signing here because I remember seeing that post. I'm like, he's not coming here for what?
that would be like the wildest prop bet. Like how many wins would Aaron Rodgers give the Giants if he
Three?
if he gave the Jets like 4 wins?
Right.
Like, that's the over and under.
I
That would be
mean,
terrible.
they're already picking us to just win three games this year. Just 3 games because I haven't seen the schedule. Supposedly the schedule is tough. I haven't seen it, but 3 games.
Wait. The Giants' schedule is tough.
That's what they're saying.
Usually teams that are in the lottery usually
Mhm,
have easier schedules.
mhm. I
That
haven't.
like
I don't think that this schedule came out right. This year, right?
yeah, I mean, I saw the schedule for the Lions, and
Maybe it did, and I just didn't. I didn't even get it to watch to look at it. But when they were talking about the upcoming season, they said the Giants have a tough schedule, and they only picked them to win 3 games. So what does that tell you? You stockpiling all these QBs, and it's not really gonna matter. You know what I'm saying? Unless they get the help that they need for the offensive line, and they need weapons. They need more weapons on offense because right now we only got Malik Neighbors and this Tracy Junior cat at running back. We need a tight end. We need other receivers. I know they signed a receiver from Phoenix, but like I said, I don't even remember the nigga. I'm pretty sure he wasn't a target of Kyler Murray. So you got some fourth or fifth string receiver from the Cardinals that's on our team. Oh boy, what an
oh,
offense!
I totally forgot Washington is in your division.
Exactly.
Yo,
I
man,
said Philly and the Commanders. They're not gonna beat them. And even as much issues as the Cowboys got, they still can't beat Dallas either.
yo, after I mean, after seeing the Lions get the ass whooped by the Commanders, man, the Giants just might be in the lottery again. And I hate to say this
Yeah, I
because
know.
I'm looking at I'm at Giants.com,
Hmm.
and it's an article about the Giants' future opponents.
Hmm.
So for the home games, Kansas City, the Kansas City Chiefs on your schedule at home.
Hmm.
You got Green Bay at home.
That's a
You got the,
loss.
you got the Chargers.
That's a loss.
You got Minnesota.
So speaking of Russell Wilson, he's at the Knicks game tonight with Seattle. Oh boy. So this is what he came here for the stardom. He didn't come here to win.
Yeah, it seems like everything when it comes to football, it's more like a
Yeah.
bonus. Like for
Yeah.
him, it comes down to being in the limelight
Yep.
and whatever Sierra
He,
wants.
he, he I mean, to me, he's a Hall of Famer. He got his ring with Seattle. He accomplished a lot. What you come to New York is like for what? Because we're not ready to win. You know what I'm saying? Even if we draft Shador, it's like how many games they think Shador gonna win with this sorry ass team?
Now away though, you do have some winnable games
Uh huh.
on the road. Las Vegas, New England.
Raiders? Oh yeah, anybody could beat the Raiders.
New Orleans,
That's a win.
and
They do play
then
good at home though. New Orleans, the Saints do play good at home sometimes.
you got Chicago on the road.
Shit, who knows how that could go? Who knows what the how the Bears will play? They're unpredictable.
Man, like with Ben Johnson as their coach,
Mm-hmm.
they should be improved. Um, but for me as a Lions fan, man, I hate.
Yeah,
I always hated the Chicago Bears, but I hate Ben Johnson like 50 hates Ja Rule.
right,
I can't stress to you how much I can't wait for the Bears to come to Ford Field.
right,
I'm going to be at that game, and I hope every Lions fan boo the fuck out of Ben Johnson.
right. Facts. Yeah, and they said 3 games the most they picking for them to win. So I'm like, I didn't even look at the schedule, and I can't imagine, you
Yeah,
know. But it's like they have to build. You have to build a championship team, and it starts with the QB. It's like even if we get Travis Hunter, how much of a difference maker is Travis Hunter going to be? Because it's like he's not Superman. It's like it's one guy. It's like we need everybody to play, even if he's playing the hardest. We need everybody to match his energy. And it's like if he's only doing that by himself, we're gonna still lose. So they have to build a championship team. They have to get to me. They need to draft their QB of the future, and you start from there. This whole like stockpiling QBs that will probably not be here next season, and then if you don't draft Sador, they talk about, oh well, this Archie Manning. Archie Manning might not want to come here, and then what? Then we asked out. That's gonna set us back even longer. You know what I'm saying? You have the opportunity to get your young QB now with Cam Ward. We know Cam Ward is going to Tennessee. That's pretty much etched in stone, unless they change their mind. He's going to Tennessee. Nobody knows where Shador is going. They some people think it should be Cleveland. Some people say it's New York. Dion wants him here. I think he needs to come here. I think if we have the opportunity to finally get your QB, remember they passed upon the draft in the past where they could have gotten a Josh Allen, they could have gotten Herbert. They passed up on it. You passed up on QBs that are doing great now for their respective teams. To get who? We got Saquon, and then what happens? You let Saquon go to the enemy and win the Super Bowl. And then
yeah,
I believe in one of those wasn't it the same draft when they drafted Daniel Jones? They had drafted Evan Ingram, tight end, and he ended up to get you got rid of your tight end. You know what I'm saying? So it was like they didn't keep none of these dudes. It's like, yo, draft your QB now, so you ain't gotta worry about drafting a QB next year, or that'll set you back even longer. Draft your QB now, you ain't gotta worry about that.
and,
Draft,
and,
draft.
and, and if you need inspiration, look no further than your division rival. Look what
Mhm.
JD was there for Washington.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, I,
Exactly.
I watched Jaden Daniels carve up defenses, not just in our not just against the Lions, but
Mhm.
uh, in that what was it the playoff game that was before the Lions,
Um,
Tampa.
Tampa, right?
Man, like yo, when Jaden Daniels led that go ahead score,
Yeah.
and it put all that pressure on uh, Tampa Bay
Yep.
to match, match scores,
Hmm.
and uh, Baker Mayfield he threw one too many interceptions. He really fell apart in that game.
Right. Yeah. And he for his rookie season he was phenomenal. At one point he was even an MVP candidate. Like early on in the season when they were winning the division before Philly
Mm-hmm.
went on that run, he was an MVP candidate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And he did his thing, and the salute to the Commanders. They got it right. That's the QB we need. We need to get it right with our draft pick and get the QB of the future. That's where it starts at. Because even if you if they talking about, even if you sign Travis Hunter or Abdul, you still don't have a QB. And then we're gonna be back with this whole QB thing next year. Get your QB now. So we ain't got to do with that next year. Next year should be about the defense and offensive line.
What's
Those
the biggest
plays.
issue with the Giants defense?
I don't feel like they have any identity. Who's really the face of that defense? You know, we had Michael Strahan, we had Pierce, Antonio Pierce, we had Justin Tuck. We don't have no identity with our defense. I don't even know who the hell the captain is on the defense. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're missing. We're missing identity of our defense. We're missing the lead guy that we can say, yo, this is the head of our defense. You know what I'm saying? That's what the offensive line is garbage. You know, and that's just on the defense. That's not even on the offense. Like I said, like we have it's a one-man offense right now. We have Malik Neighbors that we hit the draft last year good with our receiver. Because he was a great receiver last year. He had a good rookie season. But he wants to win. And we need weapons around him. You know, this Tracy Jr., I haven't seen him. I don't know how good that they think he is, but we need another running back to go along with him because he's not no Saquon. You know,
According,
and
I just looked this up. According to see to Pro Football Focus, Giants defense finished 24th overall in yards allowed per game, a slight improvement from their 27th ranked performance in 2023. Wow, but that's Giants still got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Giants allowed 346.8 yards per game. Man, that's a lot.
Right. But at least if you draft your QB now, you ain't got to worry about that. You focus on the defense, getting defensive weapons here for the team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's kind of like Shedeur is going to be like the magnet for
yes
for better defensive players
exactly
to come to the Giants.
Because you're gonna see like the Giants now they're making the right moves to they're headed in the right direction in building a new competitive team again. You know what I'm saying? And it all starts with the QB. They need to get the QB of the future. And this is the draft to do it in. You know, or like I heard Greeny say, you can not draft Shedeur, you can draft Abdul, or you can draft Travis Hunter, and then you can get Jackson. Forgot his last name. The other QB that a lot of people talk about. I heard people say that he's not good. I don't know. I haven't seen him, but they could do it that way if you believe Jackson is your next QB of the future. They can kill two birds with one stone and get a defensive piece that they need, and get a QB of the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but if they
draft picks in one round,
they got I believe they got 4 picks in the first 99 rounds or something like that. I want to say.
Oh, see, and what I would hate to see is for the Giants to hit with the first pick,
right,
and then fuck up on the other.
Right, the other 3 picks. Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So for me, you have the number 3 pick, get your QB because you missed out on QBs in the past that they could have had here, and they could have already fixed their team, but they decided to go in a different route. Do not miss on your QB now. You miss on your QB now, and you're hoping next year that Archie Manning is gonna come, and if he don't, then what? then you have no QB. You know what I'm saying? Because we're gonna go back to this draft and be like, yo, I told you the Giants should have picked Shedeur, and they went a different direction. Get your QB now, especially when Dion wants him. New York is the perfect place for Shedeur to build his brand as well.
And Shedeur's box office,
exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, he would be Madison Avenue's.
Oh yeah.
biggest
Oh yeah,
asset
definitely.
because because number one, like you got Deion Sanders, he understands
Mm-hmm.
advertising, marketing,
Yeah.
and he can and Shador like as with that kind of arm talent,
Right.
he's going to entertain a lot of people in uh, uh what stadium that the Giants play in?
MetLife.
Yeah, MetLife.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to entertain a lot of people at MetLife, and he's
Mm-hmm.
like he's going to be a star. But
Now let's say there's a scenario where they draft Shador, but they don't start him, and they start Russell Wilson, and we actually winning games to the point where we could make the wild card. They could, if they really wanted to, they could spend money on pieces to better the offense and the defense. By the trade deadline. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? If they
yeah,
if
because
they
the
really
trade deadline is usually like in November.
right, if they really wanted to, you know, go all in and get a playoff spot, they could do that as well. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they would because it's like because you're renting Russell Wilson and you're renting Jameis and then you would have a rookie QB. So it's like would they go all in if they were right there to make the playoffs? Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Well, going by the Giants' history,
Mhm.
did they do that during the playoff runs when Eli
I
Manning
don't
was
remember
there?
them doing that when with Daniel Jones. I don't remember them like spending money at the deadline to do that though.
Yeah, so I would probably going by that precedent, I would say no.
Hmm.
You know, maybe in that scenario, I think the Giants would ride with what they have,
Hmm.
and then the next season they may double up and put all of their uh, money towards improving the offense, especially with uh, in that scenario, Russell Wilson will be he'll be going from the Giants, and then Shador will finally take the reins.
Right.
You could finally uh, Shador he'll have enough time. He would have had enough tutelage, and he would have learned from Russell Wilson for him to stamp his imprint, and he'll be highly motivated.
Right. Yeah. So I'm looking at it like that too. Like maybe if they did have a chance to be a wild card or to make the wild card, would they even spend money on getting some more offensive weapons? If they needed it or defensive players. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Because I believe in Russell Wilson. I just don't believe. I don't believe in Russell Wilson with this team. That's the thing. So it's like if by chance if somehow that he could take this team to the wild card, would they choose to spend money at the deadline? You know what I mean? And hey, I didn't think this shit. We had if Daniel Jones could take this team to the playoffs once, why not Russell Wilson? And he's a better QB than Daniel Jones. So I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at like it's still possible like they can draft Shador and not play him and start Russell Wilson and maybe they can get into the wild card. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen all kind of crazy shit happen. So people are picking them to just win 3 games. Who knows? Maybe they'll surpass that. Maybe they'll win 9 games and slip into the wild card. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, to me, I feel like they need to draft their QB. Like drafting Travis Hunter is good, drafting Abdul is good, but you still would need a QB after if you go in that route. And I think if they draft a QB now at 3, they ain't got to worry about that later. You know what I'm saying? So mm,
I just thought of something like if the Giants, if they decide if Travis Hunter is still available, would there be any concern of drafting Travis Hunter considering the headlines he's been drawing
mm,
lately and considering it's New York and the tabloids would have a field day with that piece of work
I
he has?
know, I know. Nah, because that's gonna be for like all the gossip columns and shit. It's like the thing people want to know is if you're draft Travis Hunter, or you're gonna give him plays on the offense, enough plays, like because we know they're gonna use him on the defense, but the fact that he can do both, he needs equal time on offense as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's gonna be special on any team he's on. But for me, I could see him going to like a team like the Patriots. You know what I'm saying? Or a team like,
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville. You know, even with Cleveland, like with Cleveland,
Teams that won't there'll be no
mhm,
pressure.
right? Well, I mean,
Like there'll
I
be no
mean,
pressure on
it's
Travis
no.
Hunter
See,
to
the thing is, what the fans see it, what the fans see it think, and what the owner think is two different things. Because the owner is the one that's paying the general manager and the coach, and he feel like they're on the hot seat already. The fans feel different because we're looking at it like a realistic Giants fan is not looking at his team like they're ready to win. You know what I'm saying? So it's like because it's New York, is the big city. They want to be the best team in the same building as better than the Jets. Where the Aaron Rodgers signing with the Jets took all the attention away from the Giants. You know what I'm saying?
isn't
And
that
then
kind
and
of
then
having like low
mm,
expectations to be better than the Jets?
yeah, but they have to be realistic. It's like they're not ready to beat nobody in their divisions. Who would they beating? You know what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah,
if somehow
that's true.
if you do draft Fedor and somehow if he should start and take it to the wild card, or if he sits and Russell Wilson starts and take it to the wild card, then that's a different conversation. Then you can be like, okay, we know what we need now. You know what I'm saying? We know what we need. We know what we need to compete and to get back on top of the NFC East. But I don't think anybody is thinking like that. I hope they're not thinking like that right now. Because I'm looking at it like not even without even looking at the schedule. I'm looking at the whole team like, who are they beating right now? What's the point of signing these QBs and they're not making a difference? You know what I'm saying? And that's how I'm looking at it. So I think even if Travis Hunter come here, is like it's gonna be so much for him. Like the burden is too much for him right now because he's gonna be playing offense and defense. But how much of a difference maker do they think he's gonna be? You know?
Mm. I mean, I see Travis Hunter being a difference maker, but it's not he's not good at like that defense isn't good enough where
Right.
he can lift the entire defense on his own.
Exactly. He's not Jordan.
And
It's like you can't do it by yourself.
if you're going to like what percentage of offensive plays are you going to run for
Right.
Travis Hunter, and what percentage of plays will you design for him on the defense?
That's the thing because you don't want to wear him out with each game. You know what I'm saying? Like you want him to be fresh. There might be games where he just play offense and no defense, or little defense and more defense and little offense. So it's like they have to determine if you get him. That's going to be the big, and that's with any team. Like that's going to be the big, like how they use him is going to determine how that team play wins or if they lose with him. They got to use him right. You know what I'm saying? So even if you get him, it's like it's still gonna be too much for him to lift up that terrible offense and defense on his own coming in.
But how does Brian DeBoer usually handle young players.
I don't know. I don't think he handled the fact that you had our rookie receiver come out in the media and say he was already tired of losing. And this is your first year. Your first year, you're already saying that?
Well, we got Malik.
Yeah. He was already come out and saying that he's tired of losing. I'm like, that's not a good look. And that's on the coach. As a coach, you gotta keep him enthusiastic about the game. It's his first year. He should never be going to the media in your first year and saying you're already tired of losing.
But isn't that an indictment on the Giants
Yep,
team
it is.
that this is a rookie? He doesn't like no player likes to lose,
Right.
but the fact that it bothered him so much that he
Hmm.
said it in a post game press
Exactly.
conference,
Exactly.
like to me,
And
that makes me question where's the veteran leadership?
that is why I say both the GM and the coaches on the hot seat this year, and they don't have no leadership on their defense. I don't see no leaders on that team. You know what I'm saying? And Shador is a leader. If you draft Shador, he's coming in rookie, fresh. He has that energy. He has that cockiness. He wants to win. He's that leader. They got to follow him, whether they like it or not. Don't look at him like he's a rookie. Look at him like, yo, he came from a winning family. This is what he's accustomed to. This is what he knows. You know what I'm saying? And
And
he's
one
not going to
thing,
change for anybody.
and one thing's for damn sure, Shador Sanders, he's not going to be afraid to speak his mind,
Nope.
even if it rubs certain players the
And
wrong way.
that's what they need. They need that because nobody on that team currently is doing that. You had your rookie receiver coming out to the media and saying he's already tired of losing. That should
Yeah.
have made everybody in our locker room feel some type of way. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Not to mention that y'all let Saquon go to the enemy. I would already been pissed off at that from day one. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like they got to get their QB. It's now or never.
What like what is it about Tommy DeVito that the Giants see?
It's the
Because
fans that
I
love
really
him.
don't see.
The fans love him because he's Italian. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Jersey, they got nothing but Italians out there. You know, um,
Wow,
he was a fan favorite. You know what I'm saying?
that's all it takes
I mean,
is
he
that
won
he's
a couple.
Italian.
He won a couple games, but we were still bad. It's not like he was a game changer. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't win no trophies or nothing. Like he won some games and the fans liked him. Just like when the Jets had what's his name? Mike, was it Mike White or whatever? And he came in and he won a couple games because he could actually throw the ball downfield. He wasn't like Zach Wilson, where Zach Wilson was scared to throw the ball downfield. And the fans and his own teammates turned on him. That's why they like Mike White. They didn't keep Mike White. I think he ended up going to Miami or something, but he was a fan favorite for the Jets because he wasn't afraid to throw downfield, and he ended up winning some games, and he threw for like I think 400 yards in one game or whatever. That's what they want to see. They want to see like the unsung hero have his day, and that's what happened with DeVito. So they re-signed DeVito. Are they gonna play him? Who knows?
I remember like was his agent like dressed like
Mhm.
he was in the Godfather movie.
Yeah, yeah. That's what, and people started doing it at the games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, so he became a fan favorite. They re-signed a fan favorite QB. I don't know if he's gonna play. Y'all re-signed him.
He's a good option to have at third string.
Uh,
He's certainly far better than Jameis Winston.
yep. I'm starting him over Winston. So if we get Shador, somebody dropping the four. So
Exactly.
DeVito or Winston can fight over who's gonna be fourth. But I'm not even looking at them. I'm looking at Shador and Russell Wilson. Who are you starting? And if you're starting Shador, that means Russell is his backup. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm starting Shador for the season, and if we get on the run and we should start winning, then you ride with him. If you take him out and you put in Russell and then he starts winning, then you got to ride with him. You know what I'm saying? So that's how Pittsburgh should have did it, but they didn't know who to start up until or I believe they might have known, but they didn't tell the media because they didn't want to, you know, as at some
You wanted
point,
to avoid a quarterback
yeah, but
controversy.
at some point everybody was gonna know anyway. So it's like they should already knew. It's like you're starting Justin Fields, and we're gonna see what we could get from him, and then if anything, if he don't pan out, we start Russell Wilson, and that's what happened. But I felt like they should have went back to Justin Fields when Russell Wilson was losing when he went on that 5 or 6 game losing streak. They kept him in too long. And if they had switched it up and went to Justin Fields, they might have won a playoff game or two. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But they wanted to run with Russell Wilson because they were winning with them during the regular season, but then when you get into the postseason, you had problems. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And that's what the Giants got to look at it. If you draft Shador, don't be like Pittsburgh. Like let people know ahead of time who's starting. You know what I'm saying in training camp. Is it going to be Shador? Is it going to be Russell Wilson? Who you going with? And if both of them are playing lousy, then you take both of them out and you put in DeVito or Winston. But if you can somehow get on a winning streak with one of them, then you got to ride with them. You know, don't make it complicated. And because that then it's like that's gonna cause dissension in the locker room. You know what I'm
but
saying?
number one, like the media in New York City, they're gonna sniff that out
Yeah,
before
of course.
you know before
Oh yeah,
week one.
of course they will. Because it's too many blogs and cameras and eyes on shit now. So it's like they're gonna know before week one who's starting for the Giants if they draft Shador. They're gonna know. We're gonna know ahead of time. And whoever it is, I hope they know what they're doing.
Yo, and one thing like one thing about football that I love, like I'll watch like like after a game will end, like I'll go on YouTube and I'll
Right,
just look up YouTube channels devoted to certain teams,
right.
and the Giants fan base, they know their stuff backwards and forwards. Like they just like any fan base is passionate, but the way they go in on the ownership and the general manager is second to none. So if the Giants pour some funny stuff like waffle between Shador and Russell Wilson, even during the first 3 or 4 games, the Giants are going to be in for a rude awakening because it never works.
Yep.
Yo, I wanted to ask you, like, what did you think of
Mhm.
um, LeBron James going on the Pat McAfee show?
Yeah.
And it kind of felt like uh, LeBron and Pat McAfee were having like a mutual admiration society,
Right.
and they were, from their own perspectives, going in on Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. It was
Oh,
like
wow.
LeBron controlled that whole thing.
Ex-
You know what I
I,
mean?
I totally agree.
And that's why I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm like, LeBron he always does this. He controls his interviews. You know what I'm saying? And it's like he's not over that Stephen A thing because what Stephen A said was right. That's why he's not over it. For him to sit up there and talk about, oh, this is Stephen A going on his Taylor. So you're bringing Taylor Swift to this shit too?
That was pretty funny, though.
Like what? He's going on his Taylor Swift tour. Look, Stephen A don't need to do that though. They the ones that paid him $100 million. It's not like he was going around promoting himself to get paid the big money. ESPN gave him that money because he know what he's talking about.
But I think LeBron was hinting that Stephen A. said on First Take that he really didn't want to talk about this, but because he was the ESPN bosses prompted him
Right.
to talk about it. Like I think LeBron believes ESPN bosses didn't prompt him to say
But what
anything.
what but
He
what if that
wanted to
was
say
true?
that
Because
all along.
but it was such like a hot topic. What if his bosses did do that so that I mean ratings is still gonna be ratings, right?
Okay, that makes it even worse because on ESPN First Take, dude was kind of he looked sad, he
Mhm.
looked defeated, he looked like he was embarrassed that he got pumped
Right,
on the sideline at a Lakers game. His shoulders were slumped, and this is a guy that he is full of bravado. Any other time, he tells everybody that he don't give a damn what anybody thinks. He doesn't give a damn what black people think when it comes to certain social topics.
right.
So for him to kind of look like he had lost a puppy and look like he had been admonished, and then
But-
go on another podcast and now
Yeah,
you're puffing up your chest
right.
and now want to be Mr. Get Bad. I think that's what LeBron was responding to.
And if Stephen A should have stood on business, stand on what you say, because the same way. But my thing is like this: LeBron can say what he want. You bragging to Pat McAfee about, oh, well, Bronny scored 39 points in the G League. It's the G League. He ain't scoring no 39 points in the real NBA game. Let's be real about that.
Yeah,
G League is different. Like anybody, you've seen people could score 50 points in the G League. They come up to the NBA, they're not even getting a minute on the court. G League don't mean shit. Yeah, he got all the clips that they showed of him. He getting his points in the G League. He not doing that in the NBA. Get that same 39 points in the NBA game. You can't do it right now. You know what I'm
So,
saying?
so, so
So
are you saying that? Are you saying that LeBron picks and chooses who he
yes,
who he confronts?
LeBron. Don't, the reason why LeBron went after him is because he knows Stephen A has a following. He has voices that listen to him. He's not gonna do that to no regular beat writer. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure there's hundreds of beat writers across this country and outside of the country that has said the same thing about Bronny. He ain't going after everybody. He going after the big dog. That's why he did that. That's why he did that in front of cameras so people could see and people could talk about it. Because if he really wanted to talk to him, he would have did that shit behind closed doors. Like that he's saying, there's people saying that Stephen A was unreachable, or he tried to talk to him behind closed doors and it didn't work or whatever, and that's why he had to approach him on the court. And
but
if that's the
if
case, mhm.
but if the comments were made publicly, then shouldn't the conversation be had publicly?
But what is he saying that we all didn't say? That he finessed that draft to force the Lakers to get Bronny so that he could stay there because he was going to go wherever Bronny got drafted. If Bronny got drafted by the terrible New Orleans Pelicans, he was going there because that was his dream. That was his dream to say. He said it in so many interviews that, oh, one of the last things I want to do is play alongside my son. Mission
But I
accomplished. He did that.
but I believe LeBron did what many men in his position would have done, was wield his power to leverage his son playing for the team that he's
But
playing on.
but was it the right pick? Again, this is we talk about waste.
Nepotism happens all the
Yeah,
time
right.
in business.
We
So,
talk about wasting a roster spot. The Lakers could have wasted a roster spot drafting Bronny because he wasn't ready to play right now. That's why they don't play him. He should have did another 2 or 3 seasons at USC. He wasn't ready for the NBA. His father wanted that because that was his father's dream. Is to play alongside his son. Was that Bronny's dream? You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
I don't know because I've never heard Bronny speak about him.
Again, why is it? Because LeBron it controls even that. He don't even want his own son to speak in the interviews. His son is a grown ass man. So your son can't even have his own interview? Come on. Come on.
What was he
What?
like? Is he like LeVar Ball in it?
Nah, LeVar Ball wasn't doing that shit though. He was promoting his sons, but he wasn't controlling his sons, telling his sons what interviews to take and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, nah, I don't know about that because
What
LeVar Ball, he did sit in with his son before.
what which one,
Uh,
Lonzo?
yeah, Lonzo. Like I remember, he went on Undisputed with Skip and Shannon,
Right.
and Lonzo barely said two words. LeVar Ball dominated
I,
that conversation.
I
Same
mean,
thing
if
on
you look at
ESPN.
them now, they ain't talking about none of them because none of them are on good teams. Lamelo is the best one from that family, and he's on a shitty Charlotte team. They ain't even talking about him. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like if when you look back at it, it's like did it really matter? Because they ain't talking about none of them the Ball brothers. And Leangelo's a rapper now. Like what?
I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
but if you look like LeVar Ball, he got them to the NBA, except for Leangelo.
Right.
He got uh,
You got Lonzo and
Lamelo
Lamelo. Yeah.
and Lonzo to the NBA.
And Lonzo injured again. He played a couple games this season and he injured again. So I think at some point he might have to go to the G League or retire because there's something going on with his leg.
I mean,
You know what I'm
shit,
saying?
man,
And
he could create like the baller brand basketball.
it's something because I don't remember Lonzo ever being injured when he played with the Lakers. All of a sudden he goes to Chicago and he can't play. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
So
it was a struggle for Alonzo when he was signed to the Lakers because LeVar even got into it with Magic Johnson of all
yes, I
people.
remember that.
Like to me, yeah, I think Lonzo Ball should have assumed greater responsibility and took greater charge of his career once he got into the NBA.
Mhm.
But how can Lonzo control what LeVar Ball says and does?
LeBron is going to not be here forever. He's not going to be playing forever. And at some point, Bronny gonna have to do his own interviews and actually be on the court. And he had to let that happen. And all that comes with the scrutiny because he is your son. Like that's just what it is. He can't go after every beat writer that's have something to say. If that's the case, go after the bloggers. How many bloggers we see that said the same shit about LeBron? So you gonna go after the bloggers too?
I mean, blog the bloggers were small fry compared to Stephen A. Smith.
But they were saying this exact same thing Stephen A was saying that Bronny wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. And he forced the Lakers to draft him. And they probably was thinking deep down, like, yo, this kid's not ready to play. That's why they stood him out. He got 17 points against Milwaukee in a game that they were already blown out in. It's not like he got them 17 points and had the Lakers win. They lost that game.
So would you? So would it? So if you're the Lakers, would you just let LeBron walk off into the
Yep.
sunset with another
Yep.
team
I,
rather
I would
than?
they should have traded him at the deadline. Because remember, Golden State, there was talk that Golden State wanted him. You imagine if you have LeBron, Steph Curry, you have Jimmy Butler and Draymond, they would have been the favorites to win.
Who would have the Lakers received in that trade?
I'm trading everybody. I'm trading what's his name? Kaminga. I'm trading all the young players they got. I'm trading them niggas. Y'all can give me LeBron and give me what's his name? Ryu. What's not Ryu? Forgot the dude from the Wizards that they got
I mean,
in
but those players, their salaries don't even come to half of what LeBron earns.
Mhm. I know, but I'm looking at it like, yo, Lake is not winning no time soon. It's like, why is he still there? You still there for what? At this point, it has to be because of Hollywood. Because you can't honestly look at that team and be like, oh, me and Luca gonna take that team to the finals and do what? Y'all not beating Boston? 7-game series right now. Even if they should get to the finals, 7-game series right now with Boston. Boston's blowing them out.
And also like the Lakers on defense, they are very hit and miss because they're allowing like what 110 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're getting dusted on
They're
the
they're
floor.
They're not beating OKC. I don't feel like in the 7 game series they've been in Denver. Um, they're not. Are they beating Houston? What we think about the Rockets? Because the Rockets are number 2 in the West, and nobody talks about them. How we feel about the Rockets?
Mm, man, I haven't
You
watched
don't.
enough of the
You can't even say
Rockets,
about the
but
Rockets right now. See?
yeah, like when I think of the Rockets, I think of Chris Paul and James Harden from what 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah, but their star player right now is Jalen Green. You know what I'm saying? But like somebody was saying, they don't have that veteran piece like a Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, he's another journeyman at this point. It's like what is he playing for? Another ring? Because he tried to do that in Brooklyn. Look how that turned out. You go to Phoenix, they're not even winning. And they're already talking about getting rid of him. So it's like, where is Kevin Durant going?
I mean, the Suns, they're not even in the playoffs.
They're not they in
They're
the
10 in
right
the
now.
West.
Right now they're in the playing tournament, but they're not. I don't expect them to even win in the playing tournament. You know what I'm
And
saying?
then,
So,
and then Devin Booker said he wants to come to Detroit.
oh wow, see, so there goes your super team in Phoenix. So you know, Houston needs a veteran because that's a very young team. They got the young pieces, but they're the number 2 seed after OKC. Where who if the Lakers play them, are the Lakers beating them? You know what I'm saying? They might
Yeah.
not even beat them. So it's like they.
But
I feel like the Lakers should have traded LeBron at the deadline.
as a side note, you mentioned Jalen Green.
Hmm.
Man, he came out in the same class as Kay Cunningham,
Yep.
and I think from what I see of Jalen Green, it seems like he's really motivated to prove he's the better player. But
Then then then
Kay
K.
Cunningham, man, he's really coming into his own.
Right.
Like to go like from less than 20 wins last season to having 40, and he's damn near averaging a
I don't
triple double.
I don't understand this comment now. Until Enhance said Channing Tatum looks younger than LeBron. LeBron got a few more years, but then you say LeBron James is the black that cracked. He is aging faster. Kyrie Irving and Stephen Curry will be around though. So what is it? Is it LeBron going to be around for a couple more years, or is he old now? Because even if he does have a couple more years left, the Lakers ain't winning. So for me, if I'm the Lakers front office, I'm looking at it like, yo, let me send you to a contender. If it's not in the West, then somebody in the East. Hey, look at your Cleveland Cavs. They're winning. You want to go back home to Cleveland and go back to the finals with them? It,
Now I'm looking at the standings right now. Lakers will play the Grizzlies.
who's winning that matchup? Because I got the Grizzlies over them.
Me too.
Who's winning that? In a 7 game series right now, can the Lakers defeat Memphis? I don't think they can. I think Memphis has a better bench. They're younger. Luca definitely ain't fucking with Morant.
I will
He
give
can't guard nobody. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why Dallas traded him. He can't guard nobody.
I will give the Lakers one game.
What, one
That's
game?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. I got Memphis over them in a first round matchup. So it's like that's why I felt like LeBron, why are you staying there? You're not staying there to see Bronny because they don't play Bronny. So why are you staying there? It has to be a real another reason. If you want to play with Luca, then that's one thing. But why is he still with the Lakers and they're not winning with that team? You know what I'm saying? It's like, first of all, they don't got the money to get to upgrade that team, which is why they have to do trades or whatever. But it's like they're not beating nobody. People get, this is why I was saying, like, they get on these runs where they win, like they get on like a little hot streak, and then people think they're world beaters. I'm like, the Lakers are not beating nobody. They're not being nobody in their own conference, yet alone the East. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah, I
like,
feel
nah. I feel like they should have traded them at the deadline. They should have sent them to a contender because they're not in no position. They're like the Giants right now. They're not in no position to win. He said, "I don't ever remember Kobe looking rough. He was just, hey, LeBron. LeBron is a goat, but I feel like he's gonna be wasting his last couple of years looking after his son, and that's a damn shame. Your son is in the NBA now. He has to. He's his own person now. You can't fight his NBA battles for him because a beat writer said something about him or teammates talking shit about him. You know what I mean? And he that's his fault. He set his own self up for that. That's not Stephen A's fault. Stephen A is just covering sports. He's saying what everybody else was saying. You know, and I don't blame him. It's like if you get paid $100 million to speak your mind, do it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trading LeBron somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trading LeBron to a contender. Like I said, we don't have to see you 4 times a year in the West. We could let me trade you to East Coast. Let me trade you back to your home to Cleveland, so you can help Donovan and that young squad get to the finals again. Because that's going to be the question with Cleveland. Can Cleveland get back to the finals without a LeBron James on that roster? And I don't think they can. I don't think they could beat Boston. I don't. I think they're young. It's too early for them.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
Cleveland has to have some growing pains. Like they have to
Yeah,
experience
exactly. Like
disappointment and
you
heartache.
came from being crap after LeBron left. You don't just happen to suddenly go back into the finals just because you picked up Donovan Mitchell. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see them beating Boston. I don't see them. I love my Knicks, and I think my Knicks will get it all together in the postseason. I would love for the Knicks to beat Boston. That's the team that we worried about. We ain't worried about Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? We're not worried about these other teams. Boston is a team to beat. That's who we need to beat to get to the finals. That should be the goal. Is to knock off Boston. But last year we didn't have the squad to beat Boston. This year is different. We have the players now. There's no excuse. We got Mitch back. There's no excuse. Everybody's healthy. We got Brunson coming back soon. That should be the goal: is to knock off any team in our way to get to Boston and knock off Boston to get to the finals.
And Cat should be highly motivated.
Oh yeah, for sure. He better play his best ball ever. This ain't Minnesota. You don't have no Rudy Gobert looking over your shoulder. It's just you. So he better. I want to see triple doubles. Him and Jason Hart. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah, Cleveland, they have a good squad, but again, it's regular season. How they perform in the postseason is going to determine how good they are. He said, not everyone gets to live free for 10 years, no problem. That's more than 10% of our lives. I don't know what the hell you mean, though. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like LeBron has to stop this media protection of his son. Like you wanted this, you got it. Now you got to live with the consequences. He ain't starting. They don't play him. This is why he's in the G League. And bragging about him putting up 39 points in the G League don't mean shit. Put up those same 39 points in the Lakers victory. Not when the game is like they're getting their asses beat by 30 by the Bucks. Oh, he put up 17 points. So and then you got stupid Stephen A. Stephen A. looked like a damn fool even backtracking on what he said. Oh, I might have made a mistake. You made a mistake by what? Because Bronny scored 17 points in the losing effort. I ain't
I mean,
backtracking on shit. I'm standing on what I say.
you know, LeBron put it at once. LeBron put that pressure on Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, it made him look like
It,
a
it,
like a pussy. Like, oh, so now you're gonna backtrack on what you said because Bronny put up 17 points in the Lakers defeat? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You ain't getting paid $100 million to backtrack on shit.
but
Don't
but
start
but
now.
that's what LeBron wanted. He wanted Stephen A. Smith to look like a sucker by backtracking what he said.
But it make him look weak and soft doing that though. Even I wouldn't have said nothing. Okay, I would have said so what? Look, Bronny put up 17 points in the Lakers. Lakers got washed in that game by Milwaukee. So what? He put up 17 points. Do that shit when they winning. Can he do that? If they really thought he could have did that, they would be playing him. The fact that they not should tell you something.
Now, I will say, like, it would be just for shits and giggles. I would love to see LeBron pull up on Cameron and Mace.
To do what? What to talk shit? To talk about how Stephen A
I
was
mean,
wrong?
no. I'm saying if they said the same thing that Stephen A. Smith said,
Mhm.
I would love to see LeBron pull up on Cam and
He
Mace
ain't
the
doing. He
same
ain't
way
doing
he
that
did.
shit. He ain't doing that shit. Cameron Mason's from the hood, and they played ball in high school. They know what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? They don't get paid 100 mil to speak their mind. They speaking their mind regardless.
Yeah, I take that back because I remember when Shakur Stevenson got into it with Cam and Mace, and Cam and Mace made Shakur Stevenson's life a living hell by the weeks that they roasted him
Mhm.
on social media.
They are from the hood. They played ball. This is what the people in the hood been saying. LeBron, if LeBron was in the hood, he would know that. Like, if you think you don't like what Stephen A said, come to the hood and see what the people are saying about your son. We saying the same shit. We just ain't getting paid $100 million to speak our mind. We've been saying the same shit. But he gonna go through every hood and go after people that don't got something to say about his son.
But I will say I think Stephen A. Smith was super corny when he said, "Man, ain't nobody scared of LeBron. I'm from Hollis, Queens. I'm in the
Exactly.
streets every day."
Exactly.
Number one, like even if you're in the streets every day, is that supposed to mean something? Is that supposed to put fear in LeBron's heart?
Exactly. He said that today when they were talking about baseball and they were giving the baseball preview of the Yankees and the Dodgers, and he was like, "Oh, you're not gonna mention my Mets? I'm from Hollis, Queens."
Yo, the only time we care about Hollis, Queens is when we're talking about Run DMC
Mm-hmm.
and uh,
Salt and pepper.
Salt and Pepper.
Yep. A
I
lot of
was going to say Onyx, but I don't know if they're
yeah.
from Hollis.
I think they're from Southside. A lot of legends is from Queens. You know what I'm saying? Nas, that whole QB collective. You know what I'm saying? You got the Left Rack crew and Large Pro, and you know what I mean. So many, but it's like if you getting paid $100 million, you better stand on what you say. Don't backtrack because LeBron put fear in your heart. Fuck that. You stand in your
But
business and say what you
can
mean.
he even go back to Hollis, Queens after he?
What did he think LeBron was gonna do? If first of all, if LeBron put his hand on you, that's assault. So LeBron wasn't gonna do that. So you stand on your business and with your chest out the same way you did on Gilbert Arenas podcast and would have told LeBron your son ain't good. You can take it how you want to take it.
But you know what LeBron did? That was a heart check. If you follow, have you ever seen
Hmm.
that Geechee Gotti battle against Shotgun Suge?
Nah, I ain't see that.
Like Shotgun Suge, he's known for pocket tapping,
Right.
and Geechee Gotti in turn he heart checked Shotgun Suge by slapping him in the center of his chest. What
Right.
LeBron James did was essentially heart checked Stephen A. Smith,
And
pretty
and
much
and
saying,
that
I
that's
dare you to
and
go on
right.
TV."
And that's what made Stephen A look stupid because like if you stand on your business, don't let LeBron or anybody intimidate you because they don't like what you have to say because you getting paid big money to speak your mind. LeBron getting paid big money to play basketball. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean,
That's
LeBron was pretty much saying like you big in them in the corporate boardroom up in
right,
Bristol, but away from your cocoon, you soft
right,
as Charmin.
exactly. And that's what made him look bad. And then you backtrack on what you said because Bronny put up 17 points in the losing game. Fuck out of here. I would have been saying the same shit. He ain't good enough. That's why they don't play him. Period.
You know what Stephen A. Smith should have did? He should have been like, I dare you, LeBron, I dare you to pull up
Yeah.
at first take. And I'm gonna say the same thing.
He ain't gonna do it. Because you don't want that. He want a controlled environment. That's why when he went on the Pat McAfee show, that shit he controlled that whole interview. Because Pat McAfee ain't gonna step to him. He a cowboy. He ain't stepping to that nigga. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
controlled it. If he go to ESPN, he don't control the situation. That's why he'll never go up there. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
So
I did. Did you find it odd that instead of going on Pat McAfee, he didn't go on Club Shay Shay?
right, exactly. Again, because he can't control that show. That's all. That's all Shannon.
But Shannon is
He's a Lakers fan. Yeah.
he's team LeBron all day, every
Right.
day. So wouldn't that be a layup for LeBron to kind of
Yeah, but
control the narrative from
at the same time that you like pretty much everybody that's been on that show has said something controversial on there. If it wasn't Cat Williams, if it wasn't Amanda Diva got on there and she put Marsha Ambrosius on blast because she talked about when she was in Floetry and she was the replacement girl when the other one left and when she was in Floetry, she and Marsha didn't get along and Marsha was a diva. She put on blast on there. Everybody that go to that show has something. They end up putting people on blast. So he was gonna go to the Club Station and do what? He's gonna put Stephen A on blast. He's already been doing that.
And then I think what would have happened is like if LeBron would have went on Club Shay Shay, then the next morning Stephen A. Smith would have responded to what
But it responded
LeBron
to him
said on Club
exactly,
Shay Shay.
exactly. And ESPN, you don't think ESPN love that? They want to see that. They
I mean,
want to see
ESPN would
those
have been
ratings.
eating on that for at least a
Yeah.
couple of days.
They want to see that social media beef play out or whatever, because that brings ratings to them. That's why they told him to go on there to talk about it.
Club shit like Shannon Sharp, he's like the podcast version of Smack. Like you know how Smack hosts
Right.
battles.
Yeah.
Like Smack is the guy that's he's gonna be in the center of two people barking on each other,
Right.
wolfing, he's going to be the guy that that's going to be in the middle of Cassidy versus Arsenal or Goods. And Shannon Sharp, I think he's gotten used to being known as the guy that he don't have a dog in the race, but he's gonna let you talk your shit.
I definitely agree with that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like if he show up on it, then you want to know how much was it all Shannon that was doing the interview, or was it LeBron telling him, oh well, you can't ask me this, you can't ask me that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this whole thing about like this he's your son, but when he's on the court, he's also your teammate. And you gotta let your teammate know when he's doing wrong as well, even if he is your son. The same way you be quick to tell Rua Hamachiora, whatever his name is, like, yo, you fucked up on this play, you gotta tell Bronny that as well. Because he's on your team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He had no problem. Yeah, the same way if you played with stars, you played with Dwayne Wade, you played with Chris Bosh, you played with Kyrie Irving. If you had no problem telling them shit, he can't be any different.
But that power dynamic that LeBron has on the team, he can weld it in so many ways because players like Bronny's teammates, they're going to be measured in how to talk about Bronny around LeBron James. So even if they wanted to, make a critique about Bronny, they have to damn near walk eggshells around
No, they
LeBron.
shouldn't. But that's the point. They shouldn't have to. He created this mess himself though. He wanted him on the same team with him. You wanted to play alongside him. So now that you have him on the team, the Lakers not playing them, and the fact that you got these beat writers and these bloggers talking about it, and he don't like it. That whose fault is that? They didn't
I
ask for
mean,
him to be on the team.
well, the teammates they could speak up, but you're gonna risk, getting shipped out.
No,
You're gonna
that
risk
shouldn't
having your
happen.
playing time
But
limited.
then I blame the front office. That's the front office fault because they didn't even give Kobe that type of power. And he died with what, 5 rings?
I mean, but
So
Kobe didn't have a son that was drafted on the same team that he was on.
exactly. But again, LeBron created this situation on his own. This is not on the rest of the team or the beat writers that write about it or the bloggers that talk about it. This is all on him. He wanted this shit. He wanted that dream to play alongside his son. You got that. So now that all this shit is happening and you can't handle it, now you want to go on these different platforms and talk bad about Stephen A. It's not his fault.
But you know who he misses? he
Who?
he misses Rachel Nichols because Rachel Nichols, that was his go-to at ESPN. Like you could tell that LeBron never rocked with Stephen A. Smith,
Right.
and and now we know that he never really rocked with Brian
Mhm.
Winstorf.
Right. And again, these are all the people that's covering NBA. They're not just saying shit just to say it.
Yeah,
This people in the hood been saying the same thing. So what? You gonna go after people in the hood because they don't like Bronny?
but
You know what I'm saying?
I think LeBron went. I think his approach and strategy is similar to the feds when they go after people in organized crime. Like
Put a
when
hit out on them.
no. Like when the government charges an organized crime family,
Uh,
they hit
uh,
them with RICO. So they're not going to go after the small fish.
right.
They're going to use the small fish to get information on
But
the leader.
no,
And
see, well,
but
if they're doing that, they're wrong. If they're using Bronny Jr. to go after LeBron, they're wrong because I don't see, other than them being tied by blood. There's really no comparison. You know what I'm saying? Go
no,
after
no,
the
no.
big fish.
No, what I'm saying is that like when I'm comparing how LeBron uses Stephen A. Smith as a symbol for what he doesn't like about media criticism of his son.
Yeah.
So if he's going after the Don Dada of ESPN, what LeBron is hoping is that people that are media bloggers and small time beat writers will think twice about saying something
See,
disparaging about Bronny.
Stephen A shouldn't back down though. You know what I'm saying? Because if you do that, you make yourself look weak, and it's like you're showing all the other people coming up in the media like a Skip Bayless and a Joy Taylor that, oh well, Bronny Jr. stands off. Fuck that. Stand on the shit that you mean. Don't
But
back down from him because he don't like what you got to say. That's it. That's the like Stephen A told Gilbert Arenas that problem he created on his own.
see, I would say I think he should have had that approach with Skip Bayless decades ago.
Right.
It,
Exactly.
because Skip Bayless has said way worse about LeBron
Why
James.
why we don't see Jerry Jones go after these people? As much shit as they talk about the Cowboys and how bad they are and how a bad owner Jerry Jones is, he don't go after these people.
Because Jerry Jones understands that all publicity is
Exactly.
good publicity.
Exactly. And that's something that LeBron don't understand. LeBron feels like he's going to win this battle by going after anybody that talk about Bronny. But Bronny, they're not using Bronny. You yourself as a father got to see that they ain't playing your son. The best thing for the
Yeah.
Lakers to do is trade LeBron to a contender and keep Bronny in the G League until he's ready to come up. If he's ever ready to come up. That's how you end that whole thing. That's gonna end the whole shit. You trade LeBron to a team that's ready to win another title, and you keep Bronny in the G League. You don't have him sit on that bench for no damn reason because they never gonna use him. You're only making Stephen A and everybody else right. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
shouldn't. They should not feel tied. They feel tied to LeBron because the front office created that shit too. That's their fault because they gave him so much leverage.
And now,
So how,
and now there's like only a few more weeks of the regular season. Bronny
exactly?
is not going to be
You're not
on
gonna be on that playoff roster.
rotation.
Fuck no.
He's not going to be in rotation, and
I wouldn't put him on it.
he's not number one. He's not good enough to make the roster even in the regular season, and the rotations in the playoffs are going to be shortened. So the only way that he'll be able to get some playing time is if there's a big blowout. And being in a G League, had he not had that fanfare of being signed by the Lakers and then, Bronny and LeBron James being on the court at the same time, that may have meant the world to LeBron, but
he don't.
Oh, go ahead.
But the thing about it is he's saying how he like when he looked on the bench and he see how Bronny's face is sad. Well, fuck yeah, Bronny's face is sad. He ain't getting no playing time. What you expect? I'd be sad too if I'm on the bench every night and I ain't getting no playing time. So he's blaming Stephen A for that. I'm like, that's not Stephen A's fault that he's not getting no playing time.
That's something you don't say publicly. Like that's something that you say, in
the public sees it though. We talking about LA. You know how many celebrities go to those games? You got Jack Nicholson. You got what's his name? Denzel Washington. So many celebrities that see the same shit that we were talking about. You don't think they see that the same shit that Stephen A's talking about? He see that as his own player is on the end of the bench and he's sad. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna have him? To me, like I said, if you put him in the G League and you don't bring him back up, so nobody sees him, let him flourish in the G League. That's how you end that whole thing. Keep him in the G League. Because what they've been doing is they send him down in the G League, you play like a couple games and then they bring him back up. Why y'all bring him back up? For what? Just to sit on the bench being sad? Y'all not gonna play him? You know what I mean? Keep him in the G League. You don't let nobody has to see him. Keep him down here. You don't bring him back up, regardless of what LeBron say. And then at the end of the season, you trade LeBron to a contender. And it don't have to be on the West Coast. It could be in the East. Send him to the East. So you ain't got to play him for 4 times a year. That's how you end that whole thing. And you keep and it's too late to be like, oh, we're gonna get rid of LeBron. You don't get rid of Bron. You keep Bronny in the G League, let him flourish, and then if the time is right, then you bring him up. And you bring him up without LeBron here. That's how you end that whole thing. Because they're making themselves look stupid because you're going off of what LeBron is telling you all. And we're gonna have him play 1 or 2 games in the G League, and then we're gonna bring him back up. So he's back up, and then what? You don't play him. You're not playing him. You know you're not getting in that lineup.
Well, how much longer is LeBron going to play for the Lakers? Because
like I said, they should have traded him at the deadline when Golden State wanted him. Because at least if you trade him to a contender, you can be like, yo, finally he's out of our here. Let Golden State deal with him. And we're gonna keep Bronny, but we're gonna keep Bronny in the G League. He's not gonna be on the bench with a sad face. That way, Stephen A ain't got shit to say about him. That's how you end that whole thing. But they apparently LeBron has mind control over a lot of people where they follow what he has to say. So the front office is to blame as well. They following what LeBron is saying.
And now you understand why Pat Riley
exactly
didn't want to deal with LeBron anymore.
Exactly. And the same with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler was being a headache, and Riley was like, "Yeah, I'm shipping your ass to Golden State."
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And if you can't coexist with Pat Riley, who's one of the best coaches ever, then what does that say about you?
And the thing about Pat Riley, he doesn't kowtow to any players.
Exactly.
Like he is a man's man, and he believes in discipline, hard work, treating every player the
Mm-hmm.
same. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even like I think it was like a couple years ago, it was revealed that LeBron wanted to have like VIP passes given to
Why you need all
his
that?
friends, at the Miami,
Like,
wherever the Miami Heat
the
played.
Was it American Airlines Arena?
Yeah, American Airlines
Yeah,
Arena. He wanted
but
them to have
Braun,
like
Braun can
VIP
pay for that.
passes.
What that got to do with Miami?
He wanted access for them comped.
And Riley was like, fuck that. Riley was like, no, you ain't getting that shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this is the issue that when LeBron retired, this will be another. This will come up again. They look like being the face is one thing, but when you start having the front office start listening to him and shit, that's an issue.
Yo, did you like I'm looking at a clip of Stephen A. Smith
Hmm.
talking about LeBron James' comments
Hmm.
in a recent interview, and he said, had LeBron put his hands on him, he would have immediately swung on him. And
Well,
considering that Stephen A. Smith recorded himself
mhm.
punching a boxing bag, man, I
He
believe
would have swung, but it don't mean he was gonna connect.
LeBron would have yoked him.
Yeah,
Like,
but that's what I'm saying. It's like you know LeBron ain't gonna put his hands on you. So why even like backtrack and make him look weak? That's what I'm saying. It's like LeBron ain't putting his hands on you. He ain't stupid.
remember in Baby Boy when Ving Rhames' character came from behind
Right.
where
Jody.
Tyrese's character, yeah,
Jody.
Jody,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he put him in a headlock.
Right.
That's what LeBron would have done to Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. Jody was talking that hot shit, and Melvin had to show him. He's like, I'm a G for real in these streets.
But Stephen A. Smith ain't Melvin.
Right. But Stephen A should also she should have stood on business and what he believed. And you don't fucking back down from LeBron because he up in your face. Stick your
But
chest out to LeBron the same way you stuck your chest out on Gilbert Arenas podcast.
but you know what? Like you can't talk tough on Gilbert Arenas podcast and then
Hmm.
talk all soft spoken on
Exactly.
ESPN.
Exactly. And then you backtrack and say, oh, I might have made a mistake regarding Bronny. Bronny scored 17 points in a losing fucking game. They got blown out by Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
It don't count. Score 17 points when he's when they could win. That's when you can say, "Oh, I made a mistake about Bronny." Not in a losing game. They were losing like by 30 points. You know what I'm saying? It's entertainment for people that want to gossip, but I didn't give a fuck about it. I just was like, yo, that would never be me. Because
But
ain't no nigga gonna have me a backtrack on shit. I'm saying what I say.
if the Warriors would have traded for LeBron, like to me, I wonder like how would Steve Kerr? I mean, like Draymond Green and LeBron. To me, it would definitely like maybe I don't understand
Hmm.
because Draymond Green is not an offensive threat at all.
Right.
So it's
But
going to be 4 on 5.
he can't shoot the three. He can't shoot the three when he wants to.
I mean that, but it's rare though.
Right. But
So
I mean, he fill up like I got him on my fantasy team. He definitely fills up the stats when it comes. He's good at stealing when you need steals and block shots and rebounding. He fills up the stat sheets in other ways. It don't have to be points, you know. And they need that. They need that grit from Draymond. Every team should have a Draymond on their team. You
I
know what I'm saying?
agree.
They don't got to
I
get along. Like remember back in the day, back in the '90s, Bulls got Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman and Michael Jordan didn't get along, but they won.
Yeah, but Dennis Rodman was a far better player than Draymond Green ever
Yeah,
could have been.
I look at Draymond like a Rodman type. He's like this era's Rodman. Because we don't have too many Rodmans. This league is very pussy, is very soft now, and the rule changes made it that way because it's like the game, it's more for the scorers, whereas back in the day it was for the defenders. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you have these high scoring games and shit, and it's like little defense. A lot of these teams are bad because they don't play no defense. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So Draymond is like this era's Rodman. You know what I mean? But they don't have to get along as long as they winning. That's all that should matter.
But see, Rodman was more of an irritant. He wasn't what I would call an enforcer. Like when if you look at the Bad Boy Pistons,
Mhm.
Rick Mahorn and Bill Lambert, they were more like enforcers for
Right,
Isaiah.
right. I think the bad boy Pistons had that whole mentality though, right? I mean the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, none of them were punks. Like all of them could, you know, could whoop ass on
Right,
anybody on the court.
right,
But because Isaiah was so slender and his physique was life, and Bill Lambert, Rick Mahorn, they were 7 footers and they were more muscular. They
right,
had more like football physiques
right.
more than
Isaiah was
anything.
talking this shit on the court too. Now he talk a lot of trash talk.
Absolutely, but if but you wasn't going to like make a hard play on Zeke and not pay for it down the lane the next time
Right,
you go down the hole.
right.
But I don't see that enough from Draymond Green.
Yeah,
Like I see a lot of bravado. I see a lot of shit talking and
yeah,
a lot of I'm gonna
but
get.
remember when he does get aggressive, he gets kicked out of games. He had fights in the past. That one championship that the Cavs got was because of Draymond getting kicked out. Because they were winning that series, and if it wasn't for him getting suspended, Warriors would have won that series.
But look, but even when he uses, but the problem is like he'll get thrown out 5 minutes into the game.
Right.
Like what good does
That
that do
yeah.
for the
That
team? And I
that
think,
is what he had to tone it down a little bit.
but see, like if you're going to be a goon, you have to know how to use aggression at your advantage.
Right.
Like you can't like rack up technical fouls all regular season and then wonder why uh why you're not eligible to play in the postseason.
Right. I agree. He hasn't used it at all at the right time. You know what I'm saying? But he have the goon in him. It's just that it comes out at the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? I do agree with this statement. You always need one person who can sprint 10 miles an hour, steal and lay up and pass a shot. That is Draymond. That is what he do. He can give you a little bit of everything. That is why the Warriors have stuck with him for so long because they know he's a asset to that team. You know what I'm saying? You don't have
Yeah.
nobody else on that team that have that grit like Draymond. Steph don't. He's not that type of player. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, but see, Steph Curry, he doesn't. Steph Curry shouldn't have to. Like that's what you got Draymond for. Like
Right,
like the most the best player on the court. They already have enough responsibility
and
to be the scorer, to be the
mhm,
shooter,
right, the
to
leader.
initiate the leader, initiate the offense.
Right. That's
Like,
why I say like Jimmy Butler on that team was a good addition. You know what I'm saying? But imagine they had LeBron on that team. You got LeBron on that team. LeBron could be when need be. He could take over the game. It don't have to be all on Steph. You know what I'm saying? And then you got Jimmy, and then you got like that's the team that would be really a threat to OKC and to Denver. I'm not even putting Houston in there. I think Houston has a young team. I don't think they're ready yet. Same with Minnesota. Minnesota, they actually took a step back. You know what I'm saying? Losing to Dallas last year, they took a step back, and they're like the 6th seed, 7th seed, or whatever. But Minnesota, I don't think they're a threat either. You know what I'm saying? But if I was the Lakers, I'd be like, yo, after this season, LeBron going to a contender, and we're gonna keep Bronny, but we're gonna keep Bronny in the G League. Let him develop, and then when the time is right, we bring him up, and then we build around him. That's how you end that whole shit. That's how you end LeBron's control. Because as long as he's there, they're gonna always be. They're not gonna get to a finals again with him there. That team isn't ready, and they don't have the money to go out and get anybody. And on top of that, you traded for Luka, and Luka is good, but he can't guard a damn person, and that has to change. You can't have your point guard of the future that he can't guard nobody. That's already a matchup nightmare for whoever they play in the playoffs. Whether it's Memphis, he ain't fucking with Morant. Whether it's OKC, he ain't fucking with Shea. That's gonna be a matchup nightmare for whoever they play.
But when has Luka ever shown any effort on defense?
And that's why Dallas traded. That's why Dallas traded him. That's why they traded him.
Jason Kidd, he did his best, but he gave up the ghost.
I agree, but that's why they traded him, because they felt like he wasn't in he can't guard nobody, and his conditioning wasn't good, and then he refused to get into shape, even though he's putting up he's like damn near averaging a triple double every night, so he's doing something right, but they felt like it was time to move on from him, and I believe they didn't want to give him that Supermax deal. That's really what it came down to, the money. They kept crazy ass Kyrie, and now Kyrie's out for the season. So how did that turn out? And they have no point. They really have no point guard. They let Brunson walk to the Knicks, and he's been great for us. So they asked out right there. That's what I feel. Going back to the Steelers, that's what I feel is gonna happen with the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers is gonna say, "I'm retiring," and they ain't gonna have no QB for the Steelers, and they let Russell Wilson go sign with the Giants when we really didn't need him.
So the Steelers and the Mavericks feel like man with no country.
The same. Yes, they have no QB, no point guard, no QB.
Yo, and I would laugh at the Steelers, but considering I've spent my entire life as a Lions fan, and I've seen the Lions make even dumber decisions than the Steelers, I can't even laugh.
No, but see, that was the old Lions. That was the old Lions. The new Lions are on a path to the Super Bowl. The new Lions want to win. Old Lions, they didn't give a damn. The new Lions is different.
Yo, I done seen the 0-16 Lions in 2008, the Joey Harrington years in the early 2000s, the Bobby Ross years when he became the coach and he treated the entire team, including Barry Sanders, like private cadets. I done seen the Scott Mitchell days.
I forgot all about those QBs, yo.
Yo, man.
The Dan Orlovsky. Remember Dan Orlovsky?
Oh my God! Like this dude ran. This dude, he ran to the back of the end zone, scored a safety for the other team, and every time I would see him on ESPN, he would have so much shit to say.
Yeah, like I was like, I remember you. You was not a good QB at all.
Exactly, and I feel like he was waiting for us to falter.
Yep.
I never there's something about Daniel Orlovsky, like he knows football, but the way he talks about it, he acts like
he didn't play like it.
He acts like he's on this god tier
of
quarterbacks.
Exactly.
when I respect Mina Kimes' knowledge of football way more.
Yeah, yeah. And then you had the years of Stafford and Megatron,
Yeah,
and I believe they only got to playoffs once. Was it once or twice?
who?
The with Stafford and Megatron those years.
Oh, Stafford. They played.
They played New Orleans, right?
Stafford was drafted in '08, and
Right.
Megatron was drafted in '09, and they played probably 6 seasons together.
No,
Because
but the year.
Megatron, he retired,
Mhm.
and then a couple years afterwards, Matthew Stafford was traded to the Rams.
The year they went to it was either a wild card game or it was the playoffs, and I believe they played the
Oh
Saints.
yeah, it was against the Saints. I
Right.
believe that was in 2014.
Yes, I
That was
remember
when
that
we had
game.
Jim Caldwell. Yeah,
Yeah.
Jim Caldwell was our coach,
Yeah.
and I still believe Jim Caldwell got shafted.
Hmm. This guy, dude said NFL is harder than the NBA. I swear the QB should be shooting half court shots to even get the gig. That's funny.
But you know what though? Like,
Uh,
man, you remember Jamarcus Russell?
yeah. Oh God. For the
Man,
Raiders, he was
yeah,
bad.
he could do he could throw from 70 yards downfield.
Hmm.
He had a cannon of an arm. He excelled at the combine, but once he got in the
He
league,
was trash.
I mean, he did not work out. He
Well, what
didn't look at the
wasn't
playbook.
wasn't that the same year that Ryan Leaf got drafted?
No, I think Ryan Leaf was 98.
Okay.
Demarcus Russell was in '03,
That
either '03 or '04. Because
that
I know
yeah.
Jamarcus Russell came into the league after Ryan Leaf. Because I
I
remember
remember.
Ryan Leaf, he had that big blow up
Yeah.
in the locker room with those
Man.
reports,
We might have to.
that was before Peyton Manning was drafted with the
Yeah.
Colts.
We might have to do like a worst QBs ever list.
Oh my God, yeah,
That's two right there.
absolutely.
Man. David Carr, he's another one.
Whew, man,
He was
yeah,
bad. Who was it that said somebody I was watching somebody and they were like how David Carr got the career knocked out of him when he when he played with the Texans. Oh man,
yeah.
he was bad. And he came to the Giants, and I didn't understand that signing all. I'm like, why the fuck we need him? He was bad.
A quarterback that's in the league right now
Uh,
that should be in the top 10
who's
is
that?
Will Levis
Oh
with
God,
Tennessee.
yeah, they definitely moving on from him.
Yo,
They getting Cam Ward. Cam Ward I think Cam Ward should already have a house set up out there. He definitely going number one.
man, I caught a couple of games of the Titans on CBS
Uh,
because I would look because you know how like in some markets if your team is playing like the game of the week and it's at 4 o'clock,
yeah,
then then you can catch a game at
yeah.
1.
It's like in fourth quarter already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the 1 o'clock game, and
Mm,
Will Levis, he got the Titans like a 14-point lead,
mm.
and then he threw an interception, then he threw a pick six, then
Oh,
he fumbled, and I was like,
and
wow,
they lost the game.
they lost that game,
Wow.
and 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 sometimes I think to myself like, how do CBS decide which announcers to have call the game?
I've been
Because
thinking that too.
if I had to call that game, I would be so depressed. I would be
That
so
you
disappointed.
know what, but that's why they have those lousy games on like the package. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like see, I got the Fire Stick, so I can look at those other games on like the sports apps. But the premier games, the ones that bring the ratings, are like the matches that people want to see. So that's why you have like the 4 o'clock games or like the primetime games on NBC at 8 p.m. on Sundays, 8:30. The Monday night matchups is like it's the Thursday night games that they sometimes they have like a bad matchup, and I'm like, I ain't watching this shit. Like, what was it Jets and Patriots? I ain't watching that shit. They don't mean nothing no more.
Yeah, and like I've seen. That's a reason why I'm not really crazy about Thursday night football is because
Mhm.
like the matchups, like you said, will be so bad. Like
Yeah,
they're not competitive. The teams involved, they're not exciting. And the only teams uh that anybody like the only people that would care about those matchups are the fans of those teams.
I'm
Like
freaking pissed. I'm gonna have what's BF? What's BF? I'm freaking pissed. I'm gonna have BF. I don't know what that means.
BF.
It's like now they do have they good games. Like they'll have like they divisional matchups depending on the division, but they've had some stinkers in the past on Thursday night football. I'll be like, I'm not watching this at all.
And,
You know what I
and,
mean?
and, and to be honest, like I'm not really crazy. I don't know how you feel, but I'm not really crazy
Mhm.
about the Thursday night. Uh,
The lineup,
uh, like the people that do
yeah.
the pregame.
I mean, it's all right. I mean, they got what's his name now, the defensive dude from Seattle,
Richard
Richard
Sherman.
Sherman. Yeah, Richard Sherman. They got the dude that retired from the Rams after he won the Super Bowl and the ball headed cat. I don't know his name. They got the female there, but I mean they got Tony Gonzalez. It's cool, but I mean they're not. I want to hear Al Michaels. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Because he's like such a long time announcer. From way back. I like hearing him on Monday Night Football.
maybe having some whack people
Mhm.
that uh you know that do the pregame. Like you said, like I prefer hearing from Al Michaels more. Like I don't
Yeah.
care. I don't care what Richard Sherman has to say.
Hmm.
Partly because like number one, I can see Richard Sherman on his podcast,
Right.
but
And
uh,
even like the CBS announced team with Tony Romo and Jim Nance. Jim
mhm.
Nance has been around forever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like hearing uh Tony Romo at some point he's gonna take over and then there'll be somebody, up under him. You know what I'm saying? But I like the other the NBC Sunday night lineup with dude, what's the dude from they used to play with the Bengals. Forgot his name.
Oh, I
Who?
know who you're talking about.
Chris I forgot
Chris
his last name.
Collinsworth.
Yeah, Chris Collinsworth and the Mike guy, the one with the glasses. You know what I mean? I
Oh,
like hearing
yeah.
them. You know what I mean? Because they entertaining. It's like everybody like I'm not used to Brady being an analyst just yet because it's like it's not even like a good like 5 years since he retired. So it's like I'm still looking at him like he could come back and win. He could come back and play.
And I didn't I remember when Tom Brady he called the Packers
Hmm.
Lions game at Lambeau,
Right.
and I wasn't crazy about Tom Brady calling the game because he was subtly making his pitch
Right.
to Ben Johnson,
Hmm.
and a couple of months later, Ben Johnson leaves
Gets picked. Yeah.
Detroit for Chicago, but
Hmm.
he was secretly recruiting Ben Johnson to come to Las Vegas
Right.
because he's part of the
Oh.
ownership group. And to
Oh.
me, that drives me crazy, man.
Right. Oh, he said it's from white chicks. They said the same thing you said with the BF bitch fit. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Um, yeah. Well, see, Brady. They paid Brady $300 million for like I think it's like 10 years. So they want him to call game. I don't see him as an analyst just yet. I'm like, yo, he's not even fully retired in my eyes. I'm like, Tom Brady could go out there right now and still play.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
See,
saying? So
like I respect his not like I have no problem with him calling a game like his knowledge is A1. It
right.
was just that at that time I knew that he was making the play. I just didn't like his secretly making a play for Ben Johnson on the
Yeah,
air
yeah,
because
I get
it
it.
just it's like, damn, man, it's like, can we have something for a while?
Right. Yeah, I definitely understand. And then he ends up getting the job anyway. So maybe they listen to Tom,
Yeah,
you know. But yeah, it's like yeah, like Dallas don't have a even with them. It's like if they who they gonna match up with in the playoffs. It's like they don't have no point guard. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I would do if I was in the front office of the Lakers. I would trade LeBron, we keep his son, but we keeping his son in the G League, and then that ends the whole shit. Then we not tied to LeBron no more, other than having his son on in the G League. We ain't gotta listen to what he got to say because he's no longer the team. You know what I'm saying? So then
I think this
mm,
off season that I think that off in the off season what
yeah,
you're talking about
they got
be
to do that.
explored because
Yeah,
it's going to become a bigger distraction now that Bronny is going to have like a year under his belt,
right.
playing as a professional,
And
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 eventually
and
it's going to have to be like trial by fire. Like
right. And, and
Bronny's going to have to learn how to take his lumps
exactly.
and not.
Exactly. But
And,
he has to
and,
do that. You got to do that anyway. Even when LeBron leaves, you gonna have to do that. So why not start now? You know what I'm saying? And not try to go out and add Kevin Durant. That's the last thing they need. Kevin Durant is basically on his last leg, literally, trying to get one more championship before he retires. They don't need Kevin Durant on the Lakers because even with Durant on there, they're not going to win anything.
I mean, Kevin Durant is pretty much a hired gun. Like if any team picks up Kevin Durant, just know that you're not going to get a fully committed player that's going to want to play for your team for 3 or 4 years.
Exactly.
It's going to be like a rental.
Exactly. It's you know what I'm saying? Hey, if he was fully healthy, I would have gladly wanted Kevin Durant here. But he ain't. He's on one leg. He's playing on one leg now. He's getting older. He's not the same Durant like he was in OKC. You know what I'm saying? And I think I know for sure Phoenix gonna get rid of him. They already said it. Like when summer comes, they're getting rid of him. They're gonna blow up that whole team. Bradley Beal was a bust. He's not that player that people thought he was. That's why he was with the Wizards. He should have stayed with the Wizards. Devin Booker wants out. They're gonna have to blow up that whole team and start over. You know, they're losing to the Celtics right now, 55-46.
What's the score?
55-46 in the second quarter. It's like 5 minutes to go.
Damn.
So then 58-46 now. You know what I mean? So yeah, they're not they be lucky if they even make the play. If they make the playing tournament, it's only because the teams below them are so bad. The Pelicans are crap. Utah's garbage. The San Antonio playing harder than them, and they still out of it. You know what I'm saying? And they
Yeah.
only out of it because Wemby is out for the season. I believe if Wemby was still playing, San Antonio would be right there. So if they happen to make the play-in tournament, they're gonna lose that play-in tournament game. You know,
Yeah.
it's like where's Durant going next season? I don't see him. Like, where's he going? Who wants him?
I mean, he will have his suitors, but
Yeah, he will,
it,
but they're not. It's
but
like, but are they when they get him? Are they think it has to be a team that's already like contending ready? Like a Milwaukee. Can you see him in Milwaukee with Giannis? With Giannis and well, I can't even say Dame Lillard because he out. He have a blood clot. So what's gonna be the status of him in the future?
for some reason, I can't see him working and coexisting with Giannis for some reason
You can see it
because
working.
I think Giannis he he's much more athletic than Kevin Durant, but
Yeah,
Kevin Durant like he's going to be further and further away from the paint.
right.
So I don't see Kevin Durant and Giannis operating on the same wavelength.
Who's
because
gonna take Durant? Philly? Because we know they're not gonna keep. They're not keeping Paul George. They might trade Embiid. They
man,
have
how
not. They have to
far?
blow up that whole team also with
I mean,
Maxi
Philly has
included.
fallen so hard.
Yeah.
They fell off so hard, man.
Remember, it was just a year ago. They thought they were so good. They were talking all this shit, and then they ran into the Knicks, and the Knicks bust their ass. Just a year
Hmm.
ago. Now look at them
And
now. Look at them
Philly,
fall from grace.
Philly has never made it to the uh, Eastern Conference Finals.
Nope. And they're not
They've
doing it
never
this
made
year.
it to the third round.
They're definitely not going this year. You know, that's a team that's gonna get blown up also. They both Phoenix and Philly. Maybe they should swap players.
Boy,
Trade Embiid to Phoenix. Trade Devin Booker to Philly with Maxi.
I think Joel Embiid is just as unprofessional as Jimmy Butler, but Joel Embiid never gets the kind of scrutiny that Jimmy Butler has.
He said, I wonder what the NBA in 5 years is not gonna have LeBron. LeBron is not gonna be the face. I think it's gonna be Wemby. He's gonna be the new face because he's gonna be like the global superstar for them with Luca and with Anthony Edwards. Even though Anthony Edwards don't want to be a face, I think he's gonna be one of the new faces and Shea Gillis. That's gonna be the faces for the NBA in the next 5 years. It ain't gonna be
Yeah, the
LeBron. It
league
ain't
the
gonna be
league has to
Durant.
get younger.
Huh?
The league has to get
Yeah.
younger.
Well, I mean, it's already happening. We're already seeing, the players like Embiid and Durant succumb to injury. LeBron is getting older. It's already happening. Steph is on his way out soon too. I think Steph has one more ring in him, and then I think that's gonna be it. I think he's out after that.
And it would be a career. Uh, it'll be one of the greatest careers ever. I mean, considering that the first the first 5 years of his career,
Uh-huh.
he won 2 championships before Kevin Durant
Yep.
came to Golden State. Then
Mhm.
won two
With Durant.
uh, with Durant, and then won another
Hmm.
without Durant.
Yeah,
If he can get one more,
I think he could. I think he has it in him for one more, and then they break up that crew.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And it's already happening. Like the youth movement is happening already. You know what I'm saying? It's just that you still have LeBron here. LeBron is still calling the shots when he really shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying?
and I think Steph Curry he would retire more gracefully than LeBron
Yeah,
would.
yeah. But retire on top. Like don't wait till you're old and decrepit to say I'm done. Like retire while after you get your last championship, that's when you retire. You know. Um Wemby's gonna be very special. I already see it. You know, he's heading in the right direction, and I don't think Wemby's gonna be like LeBron, where people are going after his son. If he had a son that was playing, I don't think he would do what LeBron did. He don't seem like that type of person. His personality don't seem like that.
And also like LeBron is very media savvy, and his the company that he keeps is also media moguls,
Hmm.
Rich Paul,
Right.
um, and the other people that are part of his
Hmm.
inner circle. They
Yeah.
know how to play the media game. They know how to use the power of Hollywood to their advantage.
Right.
I
What
think,
is
and
what
plus,
is?
I think Wimbiana,
Mm,
he's much more of a purist.
right.
He plays basketball for all of the right reasons.
Right. Facts. And remember when they went over to Paris and for the Olympics, the media was there to see him. They were there to see him, and not even LeBron.
Yeah,
Because that was like the hometown favorite was Wemby in France.
and also like I call it the exotic effect.
Mhm.
Like when because Wimbiana is from France, and we haven't really seen uh, somebody like Wimbiana with his dexterity
Right.
that makes him so unique.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also we've seen the best of LeBron, like LeBron has 20 years under his belt.
Yeah.
He's no longer like the draw that is centered around youth, that's centered around newness, and I think and to be totally honest, I think it's where he went
Right.
because having Greg Popovich as your coach, that you couldn't land at a better place than San Antonio for player development. However, I will say I am a little salty because the year that
Oh,
Wimbiana went to San Antonio, the
uh,
Pistons were the losingest
uh,
team in the NBA.
hey,
We should have had
they
the number
passed up
one
on a lot
draft
of
pick.
draft picks. They had it, they had a chance to get Melo, and they got Darko Milicic. How did that turn out?
That was Joe Dumar's fault. Man, like,
Yo.
yo, this how much we had low expectations for Darko Milicic back then.
Uh,
When it was a blowout game, and we had the game in the bag. Darko would
yo.
get in the game. If he scored, the
Uh,
entire arena would be uh, would
they were happy.
erupt in applause.
Yeah.
They would be happy, cheering.
Yeah.
He's
Yo, I
he,
remember before NBA. Remember when we still had NBA Live. When we had before NBA Live had came out, I had the preview at '03, and I was like literally went to the creative player mode, and I created Darko Milicic because there was so much hype around this cat, and they were like, "Oh, he's the next big thing, and Pistons are gonna win rings with him," and they barely play that nigga.
yo, he got a ring just for being on the
Just for
roster.
being there, right?
I'll
And
never forget that. And man,
and they
like
got it. Yo, they still talk about that. Like they still ask Melo about that because he thought he was going to Detroit, and you know what I'm saying, and Denver ended up getting him,
and Carmelo, he had every reason to be salty because man, just imagine if he would have played
right?
in the starting lineup of Chauncey Billups, Rip
Mm-hmm.
Hamilton, Ben Wallace,
Tayshaun Prince was there.
Tayshaun Prince.
Yeah,
Now, here's the thing: I would, man, somebody would have to go to the bench. I
hmm
would put Ben Wallace on the bench only because Ben wasn't really a good offensive player, and
he
I
did the
believe
little things though. He was like a
he
Draymond. He did the little things,
exactly, and I believe Ben would have had no problem going to the bench.
right? So you're playing sheet at the five.
Yeah, but
Okay.
and I know it's kind of a big ask because Rashid he loves shooting 3 pointers,
Right.
but I believe um,
Larry Brown.
Larry Brown he would have impressed upon Rashid.
Yeah.
We need a presence down low, like you're physically imposing, you're tall, you're muscular,
Right.
like Carmelo. He's
That
going to be
too.
our four.
Yeah.
Like he has enough size where he can play at the top of the paint,
Right.
and you can have Tayshaun Prince play his natural position at the three,
Right.
and it'll be rock and roll time.
But I
Now,
always thought they support support. Mm,
like we might give up a little bit more points,
right.
but we will still be championship contenders.
But I remember when Melo came to the Knicks. Supposedly there was a rumor saying that he didn't like playing a power forward.
I could
Or was
see
that
that.
Or was that just a rumor? I thought that was like his natural position was power forward.
It would have to be something I've never heard him say, but I can see why.
Right.
Considering like when Phil Jackson was the coach and then later the executive, later
Right.
the general manager, he just shitted on
Yeah,
Carmelo Anthony for no reason.
we did. And yeah,
I
that
mean,
was even that when that whole Phil Jackson signing was weird. I'm like, he's not a general manager. What the fuck you know about acquiring players? Like you a coach, you're the Zen master. This is why we got you. We didn't get you to be in the front office.
and also like he wanted to implement the triangle, but
That
triangle
was bad.
by the early 2000s was so antiquated
Yeah,
because the league was no longer inside out. Like that worked because you had a center like Shaquille
that's that.
O'Neal.
Yeah,
Then you had with the Bulls Bill Cartwright.
right.
But by then, yeah, centers
Taking
that
threes.
exactly like they no longer were content with just being near the basket, playing in the post,
Right.
and shooting,
The
10
the only
footers.
real and even now, like most, if not all, big men shoot the three. They have to have a jump shot at least. The problem I always had with Mitchell Robinson on the Knicks is that he
Mhm.
don't have no jump shot. He has no jump shot. He has no three. Supposedly they say that he was working on that in practice, but the coach refused to let him shoot. But if he had that in his arsenal, he would be that much more of a threat. And basically him coming off he lost a starting job to Cat. He's coming off the bench now, and they use him just for defense because that's really what he's good at. He's a rim protector. He has no offensive game. Brunson didn't look for him at all last in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, in 2025, you get for a center, you got to at least give the impression that you can shoot the free,
Right.
even if you don't, just to make defenses honor the threat.
Mm-hmm.
Just to have it in your arsenal, it doesn't mean that you have to use it. But if you're out there, at least give the defense something to think about.
Right. And they, what I'm saying? I was like, yo, just trade him. Like we only keeping him in there because of his size and because he's a rim protector. We're not looking to give him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And really when the only person that really gave him the ball that would look for him was Frank Ntilikina when he was on the team. Like he would throw him the alley oops. Brunson don't even do that. He don't look for him.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Because they don't. It's like he's an afterthought in the offense. So it's like we only have him in there for rim protecting and rebounds and defense. But I think they need to move on from Mitchell Robinson. I would love for the Knicks to get another big man. We had another big man, but they let him go to OKC because they didn't want to pay him the money. We had Harveststein and they let him go to OKC, and he was good. He could shoot. They didn't want to pay him the $85 million. I think he was worth the money compared to Mitch.
Yeah.
Because if Cat goes down now, that Mitch is going to start, and we ain't looking for Mitch to score no points. So he's basically going to basically be like a four. He's in a starting five, but it's only four men that's scoring the ball. We're not looking to our big man because he don't score. So we need Cat to be healthy. We got Precious. I don't look at Precious as a big man. He's more like of a stretch five.
Wait, how many minutes does Cat play?
A lot of
Right
minutes.
now.
The same type of minutes that Brunson was playing. That's the issue that we have with Tibbs, because Tibbs run his starters into the ground, and he's done that on every team he's been on. This is what Derrick Rose got injured because of Tibbs. All those injuries that he had on the Bulls was because of Tibbs, because he ran his starters into the ground.
So that
Same
means
with,
if Cat is like playing like 30,
40 minutes a
35
game.
minutes, it's going to go up naturally in the playoffs. Then.
Right, but if we're losing the game already, take them out, take the starters out, put the bench in. And the only reason why he was forced to play the bench last year is because we had so many injuries. We had Randall out. You know what I mean? We had Mitch end up getting re-injured after he came back. He got re-injured again because of Embiid. You know what I'm saying? Like we were down men, so he was forced to play the bench, and the bench was played hard. Like giving Josh Hart the minutes and giving the Dante the minutes. You know what I'm saying? The bench played hard, but this year we don't have to run our starters into the ground because this is exactly why Brunson is out right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see Tibbs run our starters into the ground come postseason. Like give the bench some playing time, and if it's a game where we're losing by 20 points, take the starters out. We don't need them trying to do some miraculous comeback if it's not needed. That's really going to determine how we do in the postseason. It's going to be up to Tibbs and balancing out the minutes with the starters on the bench because he don't like playing his bench for some reason, and we can't have that. We can't get bounced out. If we get bounced out again in the second round, then he got to get fired.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he got to get fired because we acquired players during the offseason. We made that trade to get Cat, gave up draft picks, so we can't afford to get bounced out in the second round again because you want to run your starters into the ground. No, he got to go. So hopefully, I hope he do. I hope he listened to what the fans are saying because the fans been saying that forever, and it's been a thing with him for every team he's been on. Even with Minnesota, it was the same thing.
But shouldn't a veteran, suggest to the coach, like you may want to think about, playing more of the bench players.
Yeah, but we had Mikal Bridges actually came out and said that like a week or two ago, and he's denying that conversation never happened with Mikal. So who's lying? Is it Mikal or is it Tibbs? Why would Mikal come out to the media and say that he went to the coach and told him that he's playing the starters too long, that they need a break?
It sounds like the coach is embarrassed that the conversation even took place, so it's easier to deny that he entertained the thought of playing the bench more.
He's gonna end up losing his. He gonna end up losing his job over it, though.
I mean, what is saying in the Bible? Pride comes before the fall,
right?
And like you cannot be too proud to be a coach in the NBA. If fans are suggesting a change and it's evident to a lot of people, at least consider it.
Oh yeah, no, don't consider it. Actually do it because we don't want to have the same outcome like last year where we got to play the whole bench because our starters are injured because you ran them into the ground 40 minutes a game.
Yeah.
No, he got to play that bench. Like we have people on the bench that can play. That's why we got them. Like play the bench. Give them a opportunity to show him like, yo, like let us give confidence in you in playing us. You can set out the starters and let them get their rest and we'll take over. You know what I'm saying? He has to do that because that's going to determine how far we go in the playoffs this year. We couldn't do it last. Even if we got in past Indiana and we took them to like 7 games. Mm-hmm. Even if we got past Indiana and we put up a valiant effort against them, I was highly proud of my team with what we had to work with because I know not too many teams could do that. But even if we had gotten past Indiana, we still had to play Boston in the final round, and we wasn't beating Boston with who we had. So we don't have no excuses this year. Everybody's healthy. Play the bench. Mm-hmm. You don't play the bench, you gotta go. You gotta get fired. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear no. We don't need him to one more year. Like what the Giants are doing over in Jersey, where they have they already got their coach and the GM on the hot seat. They have to show and prove. But for Tibbs, this is his hot seat year. Like if we get bounced out in the second round because you didn't play your bench and you ran your starters into the ground again, he got to go. We got to get another coach, somebody that's going to actually play their bench and not run our starters into the ground to the point where they get injured. As simple as that. because that's the only way we're going to be able to go far and get to where we need to go to win.
Yeah, I
You know what I'm
agree.
saying? I want to ask you before we leave. I want to ask you about that. I know you saw that game the other night with the Pistons and them kicking out Cade,
Yeah.
and the coach was pissed off in the press conference. What was that about?
Oh well, this was like for a couple of weeks now. It seems like the referees have really been playing. They've really been officiating the Pistons really tight,
Mm-hmm.
and Kay Cunningham, he's been, uh, he's been complaining about getting hacked
Right.
uh, a little bit too much, and the referees not calling it. So it finally came to a head, and he he got tossed, and then JB Bickerstaff came to his defense, and during the post game press conference, he really
He was pissed.
laid out. Yeah, he really went on a tirade against the referees, and
Did he get fined? Did they end up finding him for that tirade or no?
um, I know um, I know Bickerstaff was fined.
Oh, he was.
I
Okay.
do know that. Yeah, but it was against the OKC Thunder on
Right.
Saturday
Right.
because it came late in the third quarter.
I saw that. I'm like, what? Why did they kick out Cade though? I'm like, he the one that got fouled, and then you'll kick him out the game.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, like he finished that game with 11 points.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't really do like he had a mediocre game,
Right.
11 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds.
Right.
He had a terrible shooting night,
Yeah.
and he got thrown out for cursing at the
Oh, that's
official.
what it was. I didn't
Yeah,
see what he said. It was like, but I saw the play, and some like one of the OKC plays went down hurt, and they blamed him for it.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
like,
Cunningham, like Cade and Schroeder, they were both called for consecutive technical fouls.
right.
Then Cade got ejected, and in Little Caesars Arena, all of the fans were shouting, "Ref, you suck."
Yeah,
So it was a very tense environment.
that's crazy, bro. I saw that play where the guy got injured. That wasn't on Cade though. Like it's like he just went down on his own, and they for some reason they call it on Cade, and then they kick him out the game. I'm like, for what? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And then I, well, I believe I totally agree with what the coach is saying because this whole year they've been winning, and when probably nobody picked them to even be in playoff contention, and they're not getting the respect that they deserve because I mean I don't know maybe it's because they haven't won in such a long time, but they're winning this year. Like y'all got to call it down the middle and not look at them like they're irrelevant or whatever.
and I think that was at the core of the technical fouls,
Yeah,
by Cunningham and Schroeder and later Bickerstaff, complaining about the referees. Like I can sense that the Pistons feel like they're still being looked at as the bottom feeders of the
yeah,
Eastern Conference, and they're the team that everybody walks all over, and they're tired of being pushed around. And they
that,
have shown, and they have more than shown that they are tough, that they are willing to take it there, and they're winning,
right.
and they're winning by large margins.
And that right now, the playoffs start today. They'll be playing my Knicks,
I do know that.
the 3 and the 6, and we got home court. So I don't remember what the season matchup was. So I don't know who won the season series between them, but that's gonna be interesting because I haven't seen the Pistons all year, and they're the
Mm-hmm.
6th seed, and they Cade is doing this thing. He really should be considered for MVP MVP candidate as well. just
I
turn around
totally
that team,
agree.
and you know what I mean, that's another team that have a lot of young players. They don't have no veterans on that team really. You know what I'm saying? So that I mean, if we should play Detroit in the first round, that's gonna be interesting. I definitely are gonna be watching that. I'm gonna talk my shit to you when if they play. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna
Hey,
talk my shit because that's the only chance I get. I don't. My sorry ass Giants. We don't have that opportunity right now. You know what I'm
and,
saying?
and vice versa.
Yeah,
And
I already know.
and it used to be, man, the Lions are so terrible. I used to, I could not wait for the Piston season to start.
Yeah.
And now,
Now you got two winning teams out there.
exactly. I mean,
What we think about the Tigers? Baseball season about to start on Thursday. What we how the Tigers looking?
well, they made the playoffs before losing to Cleveland.
Right. Okay.
So the Tigers, we still got the best pitcher
Mhm.
in baseball.
Right.
I can't think of his name, but I can't. I think the Tigers are going to. I don't know if they'll win their division, but
Mhm.
they will definitely be in the playoffs. But I think we got to get some more pitching.
Right.
Like I'm actually comfortable with the middle of the lineup, but we had too many changes. With the leadoff hitter. Like
Yeah.
if we could have a consistent leadoff hitter that can set up, our middle of the
The
lineup,
lineup. Yeah.
that's going to make the world of difference.
I will definitely be watching because I got to check. I got to see what the Yankees are doing. The Mets, they have big expectations with Juan Soto and signing that huge deal, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to watch all season, and definitely got to come back and talk some baseball. And shout out to Cali Ork. He said, "What up, Tribe? What's your thoughts on?" We was just talking about this. I think it. I do think they're gonna get Shador. I think they need to draft Shador at the 3 pick if he's still there. That should be their QB of the future. I don't understand why they signed Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, and they re-signed Tommy DeVito. So basically, you might have a potential of 4 quarterbacks on your roster. But I do feel like if they do sign Shador, it's going to come down to Shador and Russell Wilson starting. And for me, I'm starting Shador. I've watched him in college. I think he's that good. I think he's going to change the culture in that locker room and for that franchise. Russell Wilson is more like a mentor, and you know, I don't really think that he's gonna mentor nobody. I think that he's there to. He's gonna. I could see him playing, but it all comes down to if they draft Shador and he's playing well. If he's playing well, I don't think they need to play Russell Wilson. But if he's not playing well, I think they will make the switch and put Russell Wilson in the same way Pittsburgh did with Justin Fields, and they made that switch with Russell Wilson. Even though they kept him in too long down the stretch, they should have made another change because he was losing those games for the Steelers. But I do feel like they need to go after Shador and get your quarterback of the future now, so you ain't got to deal with this same time next year again. You know what I'm saying? Cam Ward is definitely going to Tennessee. I think it's already etched in stone. Like I said, she'd already have a house down there. Cleveland is going to be the real monkey wrench because there's people saying that they should draft Shador. I don't think they should. I think they should give Deshaun Watson one last year and see what they have. And if he doesn't pan out, then you get rid of him. But I don't think I don't think you want that type of controversy with drafting Shador, and you got like the highest paid QB in the NFL that's in rehab right now. I think they need to go after a defensive guy to pair up with Miles Garrett, and I think if Shador's at number 3, the Giants need to go after him. Definitely, that would be my pick. Now, who they get, who knows? Like some people say it's gonna be Shador, some people say it might be Travis Hunter. I don't know, but if I was the front office, I'm picking my QB of the future now. I'm not waiting until next year till Archie Manning come out because we don't know what's gonna happen with Archie Manning. They're hoping for lightning in a bottle with another Manning, and what if he doesn't pan out? Then you set the franchise back for like another 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So it's like right, and they passed up on QBs in the past that they could have had. So you finally are in a good position at the 3 pick to get your QB of the future. You got to get him now. While if he's available, if Cleveland don't get him, you got to get him. That would be the most sensible pick for them to do. And then you can build around him and Malik Nabers on the offense and they need more weapons on offense. They definitely need weapons on the defense as well. But it all starts with the QB, and they got to get their QB of the future now. So that's what I would do. I don't know if that's what they're gonna do, but that's what I would do. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, yeah, we definitely gonna I'm definitely gonna be tuning into baseball. Baseball season about to start. We definitely gonna come back and talk some baseball and for me, I do feel like I've seen people already say the Dodgers is running away with it. I feel like the Dodgers are the team to beat, bro. I really do. I feel like they stacked up again. They got another pitcher. They got Ohtani coming back from his I believe it was his second Tommy John surgery. He's gonna be actually pitching again, and
It's
we
going to
already
be a
know.
dual threat.
Yeah, we already know
on the
what
mound and behind the plate.
facts, and we already know his bat alone is lethal. Like he was MVP just off of his bat. So imagine him coming back and pitching. It's gonna be crazy. That's the
And then
team
they
to beat.
Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, Freddie Freeman's coming back. You got Mookie. Something's wrong with Mookie. I heard something about Mookie was throwing up a lot. There's something going on with Mookie where he's not keeping down his food or whatever. So I don't know if he's gonna be starting, but it's something with his stomach. But you got Mookie. At some point he'll be healthy, and Clayton Kershaw. I think he's starting on the DL again for another year. You know, it's like it seemed like the second or third year I've had Kershaw on my team, and he's starting on the DL again. You know, but we know when he's healthy, he's lights out. But to me, I think the Dodgers are the team to beat in both leagues. The Yankees, we'll see what they do. They don't have Soto anymore. They got Cody Bellinger. Maybe he could be the same.
Do you think the Mets are going to? You think Juan Soto's going to cash in for the Mets?
The Mets, we know the hitting is going to be there. It's their pitching that's always been the problem. You know what I'm saying? I don't like ever since they let DeGrom walk, they don't really have an ace in that on that pitching staff. And that's going to be can this Kodak Senga guy, can he be their ace? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got other decent pitching, but in that division where they got Atlanta is the team to beat. You know, I'm saying Acuna's coming back. That's the team to beat to me. It's them in Philly. And if the Mets can't beat them, they're not going anywhere. But they have the hitting. There's other thing. Brett Batty made the team. Will he pan out? Vientos is in the lineup. I think he's heading after Alonso, if I'm not mistaken. Or after Nemo. And will he pan out? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of questions with the Mets. But they for that contract that they had, that Soto signed, he got to bring them a couple championships, not just one. Because he signed for 15 years and close to $800 million. So one championship is not going to do it. You got to give them multiple championships.
So let's say if he doesn't get them a World Series title in a year,
then it's a bust. The contract was bad.
What about year 5?
If they're losing by year 5 with him, then he gotta get traded. I don't think he could do the whole 15 years here and we don't get no championship out of him. He won't last that long. Not in New York. It's one thing, like you see, like when when what's his name? Was it Albert Pujols that signed that deal with the Angels?
With the Angels.
Mm-hmm. They didn't win shit with him. They didn't win shit with Mike. Why is Mike Trout still with the Angels? Like, please ask me that, because they don't win shit out there, and he's basically hurt every season. Why is he still out there?
So
Is
he's
it
got. So Juan Soto, you're saying if he doesn't, he won't last a third of that
no?
contract.
I don't think he lasts 15 years here unless he actually wins a couple titles here. Like it can't just be one because 15 years is a long time. Like that's what like the NHL players sign. They sign those crazy deals. Like for 15 years in New York and you only brought us one championship. That's not good enough. It got to be multiple, like at least two or three for that contract to be like, yo, this was a good acquisition. Not for no $800 million, 15 years, and you only got one trophy out of it. Nah, it got to be multiple. And by that time, they should already have like the team in place to compete every year. Right now, the way that they team is, they got like a wild card team. If anything, I don't think they could beat Atlanta. I don't think they could beat Atlanta. I don't think they could beat Philly. And if they can't beat those two teams, that you're gonna have to eventually get through them to get to the World Series. Let's not even talk about the Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? Let's not talk about the Padres or Arizona. You got to get through the teams first in your own division. If they can't knock off Atlanta and Philly, they're not going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So, right to me, on paper, they have a wild card team at best. And we're gonna see.
So
Huh?
like for like year one, he's gonna have like a grace period.
Year one, we no out the gate, we expect big things. It's like this is Juan Soto. He could have listen. He could have chose to stay with the Yankees. He chose not to.
But he just
He chose to
said
come to the
that
other
they
team.
have a. But you just said like the Mets have a wild card team
Yes,
right
I
now.
mean for me, I'm being a realistic Mets fan because like listen, the Mets haven't won a championship since I was 8 years old, 1986. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I just turned 47 yesterday. Like, okay, I'm being realistic as a realistic Mets fan. They cannot beat the Dodgers right now. They can't. And I'm not even looking at the Dodgers. I'm looking at the teams. That's the two teams in their division, Atlanta and Philly. I don't think they can beat them right now with this team. I think they have a wild card team that they can be in competition with the other wild card teams for a spot. But we're gonna see how good Soto is and how good this pitching staff they think is, because I don't see like a bunch of aces in that staff. You know what I'm saying? So even if they make the wild card, that would be nice, but we want more. We want better from them because you have Juan Soto. He could have chose to stay with the Yankees and he didn't. He came over there. So now that you have him, you got Lindor, you got Alonso coming back, you got Nemo. We expect a great season from Francisco Alvarez as well. What it has to be, they can't win a World Series off of just they hitting. It has to be pitching too. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at their staff compared to Atlanta or the Dodgers, they're not beating them. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna see how good Soto is. If Soto can miraculously out hit everybody and take them to the World Series, then I'll give him his props. Great signing. But he has to continuously do that though, and they have to keep upgrading that team, especially the pitching every season. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like on paper for me, I don't know how the other Mets fans feel, but on paper for me, they have a wild card team at best. I don't think they can beat the Dodgers. I don't think they can beat Atlanta or Philly. But they'll be in the running with the other teams, the teams from the NL Central, you know, Milwaukee and the Reds, and you know, maybe I don't know how the Cubs are, you know, Pirates. They expect big things from the Pirates too, and they'll be. I think they could be in a wild card contention team. But yeah, are they like the big dogs? Are they knocking off them? I don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Dodgers to me is the team to beat in both leagues. The Dodgers are the team to beat. The Yankees, Yankees, like I said, somebody said Yanks lost Garrett for yeah. That's another thing. They lost their ace for the season.
Wait, so if Juan Soto is expected to win two or three World Series following the contract that he signed with the
Right.
Mets. Then
But
what are the expectations for Aaron Judge?
well, Judge should have been. He should have been a championship already. They should have won a championship already. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't beat the Astros when they needed to. Um, I really thought they was gonna give the Dodgers a competitive series last year, and they didn't. The Dodgers washed them, and
Mm-hmm.
that said a lot. And Aaron Judge notoriously has not performed in the postseason like he does in the regular season. This is getting back to this. Everything is full circle. We're getting back to what we were saying about the NBA. When people look at Cleveland, the Cavs, and they look at OKC, and they be like, "Oh, they're doing so great in the regular season." It don't always translate to postseason. You know what I'm saying? OKC could get wiped out in the first round, and then what was all that praise for about in the regular season? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like regular season Aaron Judge was great. Postseason Aaron Judge is a different story. He wasn't good. You know what I'm saying? And they still got Stanton. Stanton actually was decent last year when he's healthy. He's decent, but he still strikes out a lot. And I thought for sure they was gonna move on from him, and they haven't. Maybe they can't move his contract, but they
I
they mhm.
I was really impressed by Jazz, the third baseman,
Chisholm.
I believe.
Yeah, Jazz Chisholm.
Yeah, Jazz Chisholm, man. Like I like his spunk.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Definitely. You know, he brings that energy to the Yankees. But they got washed in the World Series, and they have a lot to prove too. They have a lot to prove. Like, yeah, y'all finally got back to the World Series since '09, but y'all lost. And y'all got washed. It's not like it wasn't a competitive World Series where it was like a 7-game series. They got washed. So they got a lot to prove. And that American League East is shitty. Toronto is shit. You know, there's already talk about Vladdy wanting out. You know, Baltimore is probably gonna be their biggest bet. I think it's gonna be Baltimore. Orioles got a lot of nice young hitters, a lot of great prospects. So Boston, Tampa, I don't know about them. I think it's gonna really come down to the Yankees and Orioles. Stanton hurt too? Of course he is. He's always hurt. When has he never been hurt? He's always hurt. It's always something with Stanton, and they have to stick with him because of his contract. You know what I'm saying? But it's and he strikes out a lot. That's another thing. He's it's like he's not what he used to be in Miami. He strikes out a lot. You know what I'm saying? But again, even if it come down to Yankees and Dodgers again, it's like, do they have the team this year to beat the Dodgers? Because last year they did to me, and they got waxed. This year they ain't got Soto. They got Corey Bellinger. And they hoping Bellinger give them the old Bellinger from like 2023. They hoping. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I still think to me the team to beat is the Dodgers. Until somebody can prove me wrong, I think Dodgers is winning it again. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. We're gonna be right here. We're gonna be discussing baseball when the season start, and I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the Mets do good because I've been a lifelong Mets fan first before becoming a Yankee fan. You know, and I really became a Yankee fan when they drafted Derek Jeter, when they had Bernie Williams and Tino Martinez and Jorge Posada. That was the Yankee squad back then when they were actually great and they were unbeatable. You know what I'm saying? But I've been a Mets fan first, and the Mets haven't been great since the '80s. You know, they're trying. You know, they got Steve Cohen as an owner. He's spending money. That's good, but we want. I want to actually see them win. Like not just buying the biggest free agents. We want to actually have a great team for many years to come. Yeah, Goldsmith is all he's up there as well. You know what I'm saying? So I hope both New York teams have a successful season, and we'll see the outcome at the end of the year. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully it's not the Dodgers winning. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Just to me right now, I think Dodgers is the team to beat.
Yo, did
Mhm.
did you see this thing about the NFL banning CeeDee Lamb's signature no swipe celebration?
No. What was that about?
Like there's like an unsportsmanlike conduct rule, uh, was it Section 3, unsportsmanlike conduct. Um,
Is that like a touchdown celebration he's doing?
yeah, because it says this week the NFL sent over a concise rules report to their 32 teams with a list of updated guidelines for each player to follow. Of these updated rules, Dallas Cowboys CeeDee Lamb's popular no swipe
Mm.
celebration was included. I
I don't
didn't.
remember that. I don't even remember that. See, I haven't seen a lot of the Texans to even like remember that celebration he does.
You mean Cowboys?
Cowboys, my bad. Well, them too. I don't watch the Cowboys games, so they in the same state.
I never knew that CeeDee Lamb even does this celebration. Like
Yeah,
I didn't even know it was controversial.
yeah. I don't remember seeing. If I seen it, then I just ignored it. I don't remember like seeing a celebration like that. You know what I mean? 'Cause it's the Cowboys. Like I don't watch. I don't. I'm a Giants fan. I'm not. I don't watch Cowboys football, so you know. That's interesting.
Yeah, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Like I feel like uh, the the rule changes for us. I mean, every year there's like a new
Yeah.
updated rule for unsportsmanlike conduct, which
Right.
to me just feels more infantile.
Didn't they ban the tush push, or they're about to ban it?
They haven't banned the push tush yet, but I can
Mm.
see it. I can see that's like on the agenda of the league.
But why is that like such a why do they feel like that's a threat to even ban? Like it's a play that you know, obviously the Eagles finessed and it works to their advantage, but not every team is doing it.
Yeah, I can't I can't imagine how it's going to be banned because number one, I feel like the push tush is every team can run it,
Right,
but not every team can run it as well as
right.
the
That's Philly.
Eagles.
Yeah.
And also it's up to the defense to stop, the push tush like
But
that.
yeah, but exactly. So you're gonna ban a play because no other team can stop it? That's up to the team. That's not on Philly.
I agree. Uh, to me, I would like I if I was like for example, if the Lions had something similar to the push tush,
Mhm.
I would be very upset that this was a proposed
Ban.
ban.
Yeah.
So as much as uh, I'm a Lions fan, I gotta support the Eagles having a push tush because I would love for the Lions to have something similar to that. Like
Right.
every team would want an advantage over their opponent, and I feel like the league is trying to. I feel like there's people in the NFL that want the league to punish the Eagles for using something that
They,
they do better over every team in the league.
they got to give it a different name though, man.
Yeah, I mean, I should have said pause a couple of
They
times.
got different name. I mean, we know what you mean. They got to give that play a different name or something. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
uh, line, like uh, plane access or something.
Right.
Like you're trying to cross the plane
Yeah.
of the
The goal
goal
line.
line.
Yeah.
I mean, like something uh, that doesn't seem suggestive.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's up to the defense of the opposing side to get ready for that play. I don't think that's on Philly at all. I mean, it works for Philly because of the way that their offense is set up. But I'm pretty sure all the other teams in the league can do the same thing. They just refuse, like choose not to. You know, like imagine if they took away. You remember like the Wildcat plays that Miami was doing. Imagine they had did that. Oh, we're gonna take away all the Wildcat plays that Miami doing because they were successful at it.
Yeah,
But that's
I mean,
Miami though. It was Miami's offense.
and even when Tim Tebow came into the league, Tim
Yeah,
Tebow, he was successful with it in Florida, but when he came
right,
to the NFL, he was terrible at it.
right. And he
So
and he played and he was a tight end as well. Like he played the tight end position.
exactly,
You know what I'm saying? So it's like if the Wildcat plays work for Miami at that time, you're not gonna ban why would you ban it for everybody else? Why would you ban it? Because it just worked for them, but everybody else could do the same thing. They have different playbooks for different teams. It's just that they choose not to use the same plays. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I don't think they should ban it. I think they should keep it. It's just a play that is executed well by Philly that no other team uses.
And also during the off season, every team should be uh, devoting hours trying to master that offensive strategy
Facts.
because it's less than go to go,
Exactly.
and it's really, and at that point it's pretty much 11 on 11 to stop the
Right.
football from crossing the plane.
Right.
Like that's all it comes down to.
Just just
Because
just think of it as like if you in Madden and the side has already scored and they doing for the field goal, you got to do your goal line stance to at least try to not block the field goal.
exactly, because
You know what I'm
nothing is
saying?
given.
That's how they need to set up when Philly execute that play. Just do the goal line stance and try to knock the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hand. He calls a fumble. Maybe you get back the ball. You
Yeah,
know?
and also like nothing is given.
Right.
Like there have been many times where it's been, the ball is at the 1 yard line, and but snap is fumbled, or a defensive lineman will punch the ball out
Yeah.
of the center's hand, and it's recovered by the defense. Like
Facts.
so many things can go wrong. It's not a given that the offense is going to score from one
Facts.
yards out.
Exactly. They can block the offensive line could block them from getting that extra yard or whatever. Callie said D coordinators need to hit the QB and make them stop calling it. Facts. Get to the quarterback before they even have to do that play.
I mean, hell, like you got 99 yards, to stop them from advancing on you.
Right. Yeah. That's I don't think they need to bend. I think they need to keep it in. It works for Philly. It's up to the defense of the opposing side to get to the quarterback. You know. If we start changing the game, then they're gonna start ruling out every other thing. It's just gonna make the game like weak, you know.
And also, I feel like now that it's been successful, other teams have a chance to study it and master it,
Right,
and if it can be, if it works, then there's a way to make it not work, and there's different
right,
packages that you can use,
right,
different personnel, and that's what teams have to figure out.
right. Exactly. And it's not like Philly using it all the time. They don't use it with every play. They have the offense that they don't have to use it at all. Really,
Hmm.
they choose to use it. They don't need to use it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't think they need to ban it. Just keep it in and let the opposing side figure out how to beat Philly. You know, but wait, let the people know what you got coming up. You know where they can find you at.
Oh well, you can find me at Instagram.com slash RAKABASH. I'm like you can find me there um, most of the time. Um, sometimes I'm on Facebook, but not very often. Um, and of course, like I'm not on X. And if you know me, you know why I'm not on X. Um,
You get banned?
no.
Oh,
It's because I don't. Um, because Elon Musk owns
right,
that
right.
platform, I don't use that platform anymore. I started using it back in March or April of last year,
Uh,
and considering how the world is going, I
yeah,
don't I don't regret it. Um,
I blame you.
yeah, um, uh, I'm still like I don't like so like I am reading a couple of biographies at the same time. Like I'm
Um,
reading you guys' book, My Journey into Wu Tang.
oh, though, how was that?
Like the book is definitely written by him. He did not use a ghostwriter because the grammar is horrible. Like when you read the book, you can read it in his voice.
Uh,
Um, like it's written in the way that he speaks. And if you've seen you got in interviews, he is very frank.
right.
Um, and I would be totally honest with you, like the first 4 or 5 chapters
Mm-hmm.
is him pretty much talking about things that have been already well chronicled about
RZA.
Wu Tang. Yeah, like nothing in the first 5 or 6 chapters is going to be insightful or
Well, he
earth
been.
shattering.
It seemed like he been. I think for you, God, he been mad since the '90s that he didn't get a classic solo album like everybody else.
But if you're like RZA, he produced entire albums for
Right.
Method Man,
Yeah.
ODB, Jizza, Raekwon, Ghostface, Capadonna. That's six. That's 6 out of 9 members,
Right.
and and I'm sure a lot of that was time consuming.
Hmm.
He had lost a batch of beats twice in the basement that flooded.
Right.
So I don't think you got to ever consider that maybe RZA was experiencing burnout.
Right.
Maybe it was too much of a commitment, to uh, to want to produce the solo debuts of every member of Wu Tang. Like somebody's going to get the short end of the stick.
I think but not but he and during that time he gave us two classic Wu Tang albums, and then when you get to the 2000s, like W came out in 2000, and I thought his production was great on that. Now it's
Yeah,
somewhere in between that you got first album came out, it wasn't too good in my opinion, and Deck we knew he was giving Deck a classic until he had the flood and they had to switch up the album concept and everything was done over, but Deck was on his way pretty much to getting a solo classic. You know,
I feel like the way that you God feels, I feel like Inspector Deck has every right to feel.
right?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but Deck, I've seen Deck in interviews and he don't talk like you got basically blame RZA for shit, and Deck doesn't do that.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that Deck has every right to feel the way you God feels. I
Right.
feel like you God should be thanking his lucky stars he was even in Wu Tang.
Man. Oh, I mean, yeah, well, yeah, he was locked up when 36 Chambers came out. He came back for Wu Tang Forever, and to me, I've always said this. I thought he was the MVP, unsung hero of Wu Tang Forever, and people looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, and any of those, you listen to any of those tracks that you got is featured on, he destroyed those tracks, and he had his own solo track, Black Shampoo. That the man he had no solo track on there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they gave you got his own solo track, Black Shampoo. I thought it was dope, and people shit on that track Still to this day, I don't get it.
I feel like he did not have the charisma to pull off a solo album. Like there's a song on Golden Arm Redemption called Turbo,
Yeah,
and it's like the worst '80s sounding beat.
I did not like
It,
his. I felt like his first album. I did not like his first album. I thought it was just not up to par with the production. But his later efforts, when you listen to Venom, when you listen to Keynote Speaker, I think those are some of his best albums as a solo artist. And he didn't have no RZA production on them.
I did like Dopium.
See that one I didn't hear. I have to go back and listen to that one. But
Yo,
his latter albums, like his whole discography in general, I think people don't talk about it. They look at him as like an afterthought. And I think he's an underrated spitter in Wu-Tang. You know what I'm saying? And Master Killer as well. And for whatever reason, they just gloss over You God. I'm like, You God was dope on Wu-Tang Forever. You know what I'm saying? And it came to the point where I had to make a full video talking about that because I was like, how come nobody mentions You God in the clan? Like we always say about the obvious members, but when it gets to like the whole nine, I don't hear You God's name enough. I don't hear Master Killer's name enough. You know what I'm saying? And I did a whole video on You God, talking about like his best, I think it was like his best verses or his best 5 verses or something like that. But I think You God is the unsung hero of Wu-Tang Forever. I really do. And I hated his first, Cali loved his first album. I hated his first album. I don't think it's on the same par as Cuban Link and Tikal, but his latter albums, I think people need to check out. I think his latter albums were better.
yeah. Have you? You should
Mhm.
go on YouTube and look at his documentary called, I think it's called Rise of a Fallen Soldier.
I'm gonna check that out.
Bro, like it's not. It's like You God is unintentionally funny. Like he's ultra serious,
Right.
but like for example, like he's on camera and he's sipping a Capri Sun video long. Like
Wow.
he was going for this Capri Sun like it was a uh like a banana
Like a
daiquiri.
40?
Yeah,
Wow.
like a 40.
That's crazy. I gotta
And
check that. What's the name of it again?
it's called Rise of a Fallen Soldier.
All right. And it's a documentary for You God?
Yeah.
I'm gonna check
Yeah,
that out.
as I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh yeah, send to me. He said
like in this documentary, he is so bitter
uh
and he is so
yeah. And that's
he's
how
so
he was.
beside himself.
That's how he sounded on the interview with what's his name, with DJ Vlad. He sounded bitter and he was blaming RZA for a lot of shit. And like he was like, well, why didn't I get it was like why didn't I get focused more? How come my album didn't get focused on like Cuban Link and Iron Man and the other Wu Solo albums? And it was like, well, it wasn't your time to come out. They wanted to come out with it was a certain protocol that members had and people wanted to. There was more buzz for Method Man coming out and for ODB, rest in peace, and for Ray and Ghost and for Capadonna and Deck and even RZA with Bobby Digital. Like remember RZA playing a whole movie with the first album that never came out. We never got that movie. You know what I'm saying? And there was a pecking order and You God wasn't in that pecking order. And neither was Master Killer. And he felt some type of way and he felt bitter after all these years about that. And I get it. You know what I'm saying?
If Wu-Tang was a batting order in baseball, does you guys think he would have been the leadoff hitter?
No, he would have been batting 8th or 9th.
That's my point exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But see now in this era is different because like look, like with the Mets lineup, the Mets got Soto hitting right after Lindor, so he's number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whereas when he was with the Yankees, he was hitting after Aaron Judge. So you got the $800 million signing hitting second after Lindor.
Yeah, but if you got but see, with the Mets, their run production is going to be far less than the Yankees. So Soto batting
They,
second is going to be far
but
more
they
impactful.
got Alvarez hitting all the way at the bottom, and I think he needs to be bumped up in the lineup because like he's a power hitting catcher. They haven't had that since Piazza. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And for an everyday catcher that has that power, he should be at least. I know Nemo. I think Nemo is sitting like cleanup. Like I think they need to switch. I think Nemo needs to be hitting after Alvarez. But they got I see why they put Alvarez below because they're gonna need power in that lineup, especially if Vientos don't pan out. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? To get on base. But yeah, they got Soto hitting second after Lindor for this upcoming season. So you got I don't know in this hour now. Would you have you got it hitting first or second in the Wu-Tang order?
No, no, because your leadoff hitter, like with a batting order, you're trying to maximize run production,
Right.
and you guy doesn't do anything.
I think
I put it to you like this:
uh
like Method Man would be the leadoff hitter.
no,
Then
I got Deck or Ray hitting leadoff for them. I think Deck because Deck has started off so many joints like good. It's like you gotta follow up after Deck. Get his verse off. But Ray got that energy too. Like he could start off. He started off many songs as well. He got that energy.
okay, I agree. Because like the leadoff hitter, you got to get on base.
Right.
To set up the cleanup hitter that's going to drive the runs in.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll have Inspector Deck at leadoff, and then who you want to put at second?
Second, I will put Ray. I will put it will Deck and Ray, and then Meth, and then you have Ghost and mm, I would Deck Ray, Meth, Ghost, maybe RZA.
Mm.
I don't know. You got see. I'm looking at you. See, you got to me like you got really impressed me on Wu Tang Forever, but they haven't they haven't given them a lot of shine on albums after that. Like Wu Tang Forever, understandably because he was coming out of prison and it was a double album, so they had enough tracks to work with. And to me, he shined on a lot of those tracks. But when you look at like the W, and see the thing is with the clan, it was like you had different members that was mad at the RZA. There was like a time when RZA and Ray wasn't talking and Ghost wasn't talking. You know what I mean? And there's like I know for 8 Diagrams, I think Method Man was like the only one that was there for all the sessions, like every day. Like everybody else was like after. You know what I'm saying? So they had they like Capadonna at one point wasn't talking to RZA, and so they had their issues with each album. But so I'm trying to remember you got on the W. I don't remember him on the W too much. Not the entire album. It's like certain tracks he was on.
But see, I look at you God more as a utility guy
Uh-huh.
because you God he would be like the pinch hitter.
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I mean that's really what he is. He's like a utility solo artist for the clan. He never got his rightful props. He doesn't have a classic solo album. It's like him and Master Killer was just there.
yeah,
They know we know of them, but they just did. They never got the shine that Meth and Ray and Ghost got.
yeah. I feel like Master Killer, especially if you look at that the Wu Tang Saga on
Yeah.
Hulu.
Hmm.
Master Killer was the last one to join the clan,
Right.
and Master Killer seemed like the one that was the most appreciative of being
Yeah.
in Wu Tang
Yeah.
probably because he knew that he wasn't as nice as the other members.
Now he nice. He didn't get the spotlight on him like some of the other members.
Like I think like Master Killer, if he was like in, um, I could see him being a star in Brand Nubian
Yeah,
because
for
like
sure.
Brand Nubian, all of them are 5%ers,
Right.
and Master Killer and Lord Jamar, they have a very serious vibe,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
And I feel
that's
like,
actually not bad because then you had like Pooba could kick that knowledge, but Pooba was also braggadocio too.
yeah, like he was clearly the star,
Yeah,
and Sadat X, he was my like he was a sleeper in the group,
yeah, he was.
and Lord Jamar was dope, but I always like Sadat X's voice for some reason, like his high pitched voice, like he could say something
Yes.
that is totally on point, but because the way he says it, it has more emphasis on it.
Your man's throat and it don't mean jack to me. He had an unorthodox flow as well. Like like he wasn't just rhyming just to rhyme. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I feel like I'll give you an example. You remember that song 1999 with
Yeah.
Common?
Oh yeah, classic.
I like Sadat X's verse more than Common's
In
two
common.
verses,
Yeah.
only because like Common, he can spit like that on a Tuesday, but the way Sadat X rhymed in the second verse,
Hmm.
like I feel like when he said, "I feel like I owe y'all every day," I felt that.
Right. Yeah.
Like he was
And-
talking from a workman's point of view, from somebody that
yeah.
works a 9 to 5, and I felt what he was talking about.
Even his discography is slept on. Like I think Wild Cowboys is a classic. I loved his first solo album. Um,
Mm-hmm.
then he has an album called Black October that was slept on, underground release. He had Wild Cowboys 2, which it was okay, wasn't great. He had an album with Diamond D called Agua, that was dope. That was released a couple years ago. He had a group with Diamond D, and it was a female, Kamari or something like that. But they had a group called The Omen, but they didn't come out officially with an album. And I end up there was this vinyl store that I saw, like they had like the sampler on vinyl that I picked up. It was like maybe like $5, but I never heard the whole album in its entirety. And for whatever reason, that album never came out. But his discography is very slept on, you know. And I always thought he was just a dope MC from Brand Nubian. His very unorthodox flow. You know, he had like witty punchlines and stuff, and you know, it was Pooba that really got the shine out of that group. You know,
Yeah,
but Sadat X is definitely underrated cat. Still dropping heat. Salute to him. Cali Orc said, "Try. You got. I do got the Knicks coming out of the first round, depending on who they play. Like I said earlier, like we have to get past the second round this year. If we lose in the second round again, then Tibbs got to get fired, especially if he don't play his bench and he runs his starters like 40 minutes into the ground and to the point where they get injured. You can't have that again like last year. So it all depends. It all depends on if Tibbs uses the bench and if everybody stays healthy. We our goal is to beat Boston and to get to the finals. That is our goal. We ain't worried about Cleveland and no other team. Boston is the team to beat, and that's the team I believe that we got to get through to get to the finals. So hopefully they do, but if they don't, then Tibbs got to get fired. You know, he also asked us, should we brace for disappointment with the new Wu album coming out on record store date? Well, the new album, I think they're doing like the whole DJ Mathematics thing where it's like Mathematics presents, and it's not. I don't think it's really being considered a new Wu album. but it was like his last album. He had like the the Wu Presents, and it was all Wu Tang on the album. Red and Meth really carried that Mathematics album, that last one. Like they really were the MVPs of that album, and you had the other clan members on there. I don't. Are they really considered? Is it really the new Wu album? Or was it a Mathematics album? I thought it was. I thought it was a Mathematics. I thought it was a Mathematics featuring Wu Tang. But I'm definitely open to hearing it. I've been wanting to hear some new Wu stuff anyway. So definitely looking forward to that when that drops.
On Friday, Exhibit got a new album coming out. I think it's called
Yes, I've been
Kingmaker.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting to hear new Exhibit. I know he's been dropping a couple of singles the last couple of months. I know he has Dr. Dre that worked on it with him too.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and
So I'm
there's also Be Real
mm,
is on the album.
nice.
Redman.
I want to hear what Dre gave him importantly because I wasn't a fan of that Dre and Snoop album, that Missionary album, except for like a couple songs. And I thought it was like some of Dre's weakest production.
Man, and like I haven't I get the impression that the Dre beat is going to be like a whole bunch of ghost producers,
Oh God,
and Dre only did the mixing.
he didn't do nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
He's becoming like Diddy now. No shade. He's becoming like where Diddy took the credit, but he didn't actually do the damn beat.
Yeah, and Dre, like, I think I understand, you know, um, like Dre, he's obsessive about mixing,
Mhm.
but Quick is just as obsessive about mixing, but he actually is more hands on with the production. Like, I could never put Dre over Quick. So,
At
as much
all?
as,
Like all
huh?
time? All you talking about like all time?
All time.
Oh fuck no! I got Dre over Quick easily. I think Quick now is better than Dre, but all time I think Dre did too many classics compared to Quick.
Quick, he produces his own music. He doesn't
Yeah,
need any help, and he's a better rapper. He's his own writer. Doesn't use any ghost writers. His albums are far more varied. Like I feel like Dre has been sliding with that same
the,
production
the,
technique
does
for
does Quick have a does Quick have a chronic in his discography?
no,
Exactly, exactly.
but
That he already lost. He already lost that battle. Chronic 2001. That's his best shit.
okay. But how much do you credit Mailman, Focus, Scott Storch with
I mean,
produce?
Focus came later though. Like you know what? Like Focus was him and Focus did stuff on. I want to say it was Oxnard for Anderson .Paak, and even those beats I didn't like. I thought those beats were trash. And I love Anderson .Paak, but the production on there because of Dre and Focus, I didn't like it. It didn't sound like Dre. It sounded like he was. That's how I know it wasn't Dre producing that. That was probably Focus, and then Dre took the credit. I'm like, this is not Dr. Dre. This he just have his name on the credits and that's what it was. I'm like, this is not him producing for Anderson .Paak is your own artist.
And also, need I remind people that Daz Dillinger said that he produced several songs on Doggy Style that he wasn't
Allegedly, that's
credited
that's
for.
that's that's what he said. But so did I heard Quick did the same thing. So
But why do you think so many producers have had this complaint about Dre? Not everybody can be wrong.
I I mean I'm looking at it like he like the bigger he got as a producer, the more in demand he was, and maybe he needed a team around him to complete a lot of those projects, and to the point where he just started putting his name on shit, or he would come in and maybe he would add a string or two and said that he produced it. He took all the credit for shit. I mean, because a lot of producers have done that.
Then how come we haven't heard this complaint about RZA, Primo?
But
Eric Sermon.
RZA has the Wu Element producers around him. He has Fourth Disciple and True Master, Mathematics, Bronze Nazareth. He has them. As well
Yeah,
as the
but
clan. There's certain clan members that produce. Deck produces, Method Man. Method Man produced Wu Tang and Nothing to Fuck With. That was him.
but there was never any ambiguity over what RZA produced. With Dre,
Right.
there's so much uncertainty about how much did Dre produce on Doggy Style, and even on
Hmm.
Little Ghetto Boy from the Chronic.
Right.
Dad said that he produced that song, including
Hmm.
bringing in the flutes,
Right.
towards that coda. So I respect Dre definitely as a producer, but in order for me to give you all time, you got like there has to be no ambiguity.
Right.
Like there can't be anything left in doubt.
So
Like
your top, so your Mount Rushmore of producers will be very different from everybody else's. Then
absolutely,
that's gonna be
like I
interesting.
like, and I've heard the arguments that Dre is the Quincy Jones of hip hop producers. Quincy Jones, didn't he didn't always uh write the music.
Right.
Sometimes he would bring in songwriters and other musicians,
Hmm.
and he would shape the clay, to make it presentable. But I feel like that's a cop out
Well, I
because
mean, for the most part, I want to believe that Dre has done what they say he's done. I want to believe that he's done the Doggy Style album for Snoop and produced the Chronic and Chronic 2001, the Eminem stuff. You know what I'm saying? The Anderson .Paak stuff. Marsha Ambrosius. She came out with an album last year, Casablanca, that he produced, and that to me was better than the Missionary album. You know what I'm saying? And so and that for that album got very little buzz for Marsha. And she's always been slept on, even when she was in Floetry. And we kept hearing about this Snoop album forever. And that's the shit that they put out.
so what's the draw for signing to Dre's label in 2025?
It's basically for the cosign for Dr. Dre. I mean, like see like with Kendrick only used them for the recipe. He hasn't produced shit for Kendrick since then.
But see, when you co-sign on a loan, if you default, then you're on the hook for paying the rest of that note. So when it doesn't work out, it falls on you. It doesn't fall on Dre.
Right. But Anderson .Paak only used them, I believe he only used them on Oxnard. I don't think he produced on Ventura or on Malibu. That was more he used other producers on those albums. So um Kendrick and Anderson .Paak really showed that like I don't need Dre on my album to sell. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's on it, it's cool. But I don't at this point, especially with Kendrick, I don't think Kendrick needs him. You know what I
And, and,
mean? And
and also quick, Dr. Dre is a very slow worker. Like
is Kendrick even? I don't even. Is Kendrick even on Aftermath still, or he just completely went independent?
I know he's on P. He has his own label,
Right.
PG
He has his
Lang,
own label.
that's distributed through Interscope.
Okay. So maybe he's still on Aftermath. But yeah, it's not like Dre was producing his shit. So the Eminem thing, even with Eminem was his own producer. The thing with Eminem is I didn't like all his production. A lot of his beats sounded similar, and I felt like those classics that he needed Dre on the production. Slim Shady LP, Marshall Mathers LP, Eminem Show. He needed Dre on the production. You know what I'm saying? When you get to like the latter shit, I don't even blame Dre because Dre did shit on like Encore. Encore was just trash to me. I never liked Encore, and I have the album. I just, I know Dre did some shit on there, but I never liked that album. I think he was still on drugs at that time. His latter shit, the Relapse was a good comeback album. Dre did like the majority of that. That was a great comeback album. Recovery, I love. A lot of people shit on it. I don't think Dre did any work on that album, if I'm not mistaken. I know he had Just Blaze on there. He had some other producers, but Recovery was a dope album. That was like the album that came out right after Proof had passed away. He had he had like the dedication song to Proof, and that was like his most like emotional album because he talked about the drug. He talked about Haley seeing him when he was on drugs and shit. And I don't think Dre produced the one track on it. You know what I'm saying? But if at this point, if you as an artist, if you're on Aftermath, it's basically for the cosign. That I truly believe that. It's like because I mean he's not giving you classic material no more. Even the Marshall Ambrosius album was dope because like he used live instruments and it felt like a R&B jazz hip hop album. That's like the sound. That's where she was going with that album, like a nightclub album. But he used a lot of familiar samples. Like she basically was like rhyming over the New York State of Mind beat, but it was jazzed up. Like he used live instruments to recreate that sample. You know what I'm saying? But
It
but that got little buzz, and I thought that was a better album. And I wasn't even expecting that album to drop. It just came out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like she put out the first single on YouTube,
mhm.
and then she put out I think she put out like another joint, and then like she announced the album. The album came out like in June of last year, and I felt like it was a better album than Missionary.
I feel like for Marsha Ambrosia, she could have hired any uh, music arranger
Right.
and producer to give her the kind of lush
Production.
sophistication with the production.
Yeah. She
Now,
could have had.
now
Mm,
I will say I haven't heard the album,
mm.
so I believe you.
Like if
Um,
if you think like Cotton Club, like she took it back to that era of like singing at the Cotton Club, but it
mhm.
was it was Dr. Dre doing the production, and she's like singing over like some familiar samples and hip hop samples or whatever. It was like that. It was like a jazzy R&B hip hop soul album with Dr. Dre doing the production, and that to me was a better album to me, and I didn't expect that at all. You know what I'm saying? DJ aka Mr. Sandman, salute. He said California has a unique sound. It feels influenced by jazz and something else I can't put my finger on. Well, I think they were influenced off of G Funk, or for like Funkadelic and Zap, the Gap Band, those type of funk artists from like the 70s and 80s. Cameo. You know what I'm saying? But it's like she could have used Ninth Wonder and the Soul Council for that album, and I think it still would have been a great album. You know what I'm saying? Like, if have you heard Smith and Wesson's new album?
Who me?
Yeah, Infinity.
No, I haven't.
I like the album. The issue I have with it though, and the thing is, they use the same production on the All, and I thought the All was a great album. It was phenomenal, one of their best albums. They use the same production team on this one, and to me, it was more hip hop soul. There's a lot of songs where they have singers on the choruses on the hooks, and Smith and Wesson has never done that. And I love Smith and Wesson. I was on the Duck Down Street team during the 2000s. That they've been a staple in hip hop forever. Great collective. I got nothing but love for them. But I don't want to hear hip hop soul Smith and Wesson. That's not for them. Like if that would be more for like Little Brother. Little Brother did that a lot. If you listen to like the listening and especially on the Minstrel Show, they did that a lot. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to hear hip hop soul Smith and Wesson. And I think they were trying something different with this album. They still bangers on there. Like, Medina's the current single out. I love that joint. That's more like Smith and Wesson speed. Medina, Black Eminence, the Elephant in the Room, Infinity, like they're picking the right singles. But when you hear the rest of the album and you hear like there's songs with like they got one song with Ralph Tresvant called Shine. Why was Ralph Tresvant needed for that song? He wasn't needed on it. You know what I'm saying? And I love no
I mean,
disrespect.
Bobby Brown was on Ja Rule's Thug Lovin'
Yeah,
song.
but we know Ja Rule was promoted. Ja Rule was a commercial artist. Him and Ashanti were commercial artists for Murder Inc. They were commercial. That was his lane. Smith and Wesson is not that. You can't count one album that they've had ever where they had a bunch of singles on their hooks. And I just felt like they were doing too much for I don't know if they were trying to go radio or if they were inspired by maybe listening to the Auditorium Volume One. But that's not Smith and Wesson I want to hear.
I mean, I feel like it could have been way worse. Have you heard Ralph Tresvant rap?
Oh God. Well, I mean, look, I love New Edition. New Edition is my all time group. That was my Temptations growing up in the 80s and 90s. You know, the only bad album to me that they had was the Bad Boy album, the One Love album. You know, because that's where Diddy tried to make them sound like 112 and they're not 112. But I don't. When you hear that song, I don't feel like Ralph Tresvant was needed on that song, and I just feel like they were reaching just a little bit for radio play if you're gonna have Ralph Tresvant on the song because that's never been them. They've never chased the radio. Radio always played their shit because it was just that dope. You know, when they had radio had to play Bucktown, they had to play Let's Get It On, they had to play One on One. You know what I'm saying? Like it was that dope. Like they was never chasing radio, and I feel with this album, there's certain songs on there where they were chasing radio plays, and I'm like, was Ralph Tresvant really needed for Shine? You know, there's a song called in was it Enjoy the Ride or something. I like that song. When I hear it, it sounds like a mesh between the main ingredient and Marvin Gaye because there's like a breakdown literally like in the middle of the beat where like it's like it goes a cappella and then like the they take out the drums and then the drums start back in. That was dope. But again, it was just a different Smith and Wesson that I wasn't expecting with that album. And I do like it. I just feel like I don't want to hear hip hop soul Smith and Wesson. I want to hear Bucktown USA Smith and Wesson. You know what I mean? And maybe the direction to go in that sound was from Ninth Wonder and Soul Council. It could have been from Drew Ha. I don't know. And they're all older now. I know. They're older. They got their families grown and all that. But when you listen to the all, that was well done. You know what I'm saying? Like the joints on that album was fire. He had a joint with Raekwon, Dreamland. That was dope. They had Rick Ross on that album, and he sounded dope with them. You get to this album, and I like it. I just felt like there was some songs that didn't need a hook with R&B singers on there. You know what I'm saying? But if you take those songs from Infinity and you give it to Marsha Ambrosius, she would have killed it.
Yeah,
You feel me? So it's like my whole point is I don't think you need Dre at this point. Like I mean, getting a produced track from Dre is cool for a new artist, but if you're a Marsha Ambrosius, I don't think she needs that cosign at this point in her career, like to do a whole album with Dre or Anderson .Paak. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how I see it. I know people might disagree. But check out the album. Like I think you should check it out. I mean, for me, I like it. Like I said, there's some bangers on there and they're picking the right singles. But then you're gonna notice what I'm talking about. Cause there's some joints on there that they had like people singing hooks. And I'm like, I can't recall an album from Smith and Wesson where they had that. And it was more than one song. It wasn't just like one song where it was like one singer. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. I'll definitely put it on my to do list
Yeah.
this
But
weekend.
But I seen people. People are buying it. They supporting it. That's what's up. Definitely support Smith and Wesson. That's definitely a duo that doesn't get. I feel they don't get the props that they deserve enough. When we talk about rap duos, it's Ray and Ghost, it's Meth and Red. Nobody ever mentions Smith and Wesson, Tech and Steel. Why is that? Because to me, they were doing that before Ray and Ghost came out. They were doing that before Red and Meth. Before Jada and Styles.
I mean, way before.
You know what I mean? So they overlook them for Jada and Styles, which I don't understand. Jada and Styles ain't got no album together. They have a group album. There's another person in the Locks that people forget about. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, last time I checked, Jada and Styles ain't had no album together.
I mean, they got plenty of mixtapes together.
Yeah. And it's at least for Jada, I would say his mixtapes were better. Like Styles put out classic albums. He got that. It was Sheik and Jada really were on their mixtape grind. You know what I mean? But that's my rant. I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Smith and Wesson because I'm not. I like the album. It was just it's just a different sound from Infinity and the All. It's just two different sounds, but they use the same exact production team. So it's like Dre produced Marshall's album and he produced the Missionary album, but I like the Marshall album better.
Yeah.
So, but this was fun. I know we got off topic. We got off topic because I was reading the comments and I wanted to address the comments and shit. Mr. Sandman said Eminem and Snoop right for Dre for most of this stuff. Yep. But this was fun as always, Rocker. We always go over the limit. I always say I'm going to keep it under an hour, and we always go 4 or 5 hours. You know what I'm saying?
We don't even get started until hour 2.
Right.
I feel like sometimes the conversation doesn't start cooking until a couple of hours in because there's so much to cover.
Helter Skelter, that's a whole nother topic. Helter Skelter, really, when you look at it, they only talk about Nocturnal. They don't even talk about the other albums that they put out, which is sad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like Helter Skelter is their albatross because it's like every album that comes after it is going to be compared to the first album.
Yeah. Was it the incredible rap team, that Dirt album? That shit was fire. Mm-hmm. The second album, I remember some joints, not all. But Nocturnal really is their best album that people know them for. That was the joint that had Operation Lockdown and Therapy and Let the Brains Blow and La Fleur La Fla, which was one of my favorite Posse Cuts all time. It's a shame we didn't get a Fab Five album out of that. I always wanted that, but that to me is their best album that people will always talk about. You know what I'm saying? And I think people forget they released other albums before Sean Price died.
I mean, even but the follow up to Nocturnal, Magnum Force came out, and I know a lot of people knocked that album, but I actually listened to the album a lot in '98.
I haven't heard that album in years. That's an album that we might have to do a review on that or something, or
because I remember I did Brownsville to Long Beach, the collaboration between Ruck and Rock and the Dog Pound.
They did an album together?
No. There's a song on Magnum Force called Brownsville to Long Beach.
I don't even remember that song. That's how long it's been.
Oh yeah, I mean it's over 20 years ago.
The only song I want to say, the only song that they released was from that was I Ain't Having That with Starine. Was it Starine in that video? Starine was on that song. Yeah. Redman made a cameo in that video because he's on like the hook or whatever. He's like like they sample his voice or whatever.
Yeah, and I remember it's kind of a shame that I remember
Mhm.
like a lot of Tribe fans
Yeah.
they was digging that song more than the Love Movement album,
Oh God, that was
but
bad.
but that was only because
I never liked that album, yo. And there's a couple joints that was good, but when you hear that album, it was like Q-Tip. It was like Q-Tip's prequel to Amplified. Like he was on a lot of joints by himself. You could tell like the group was breaking up. They wasn't in sync. You know what I'm saying? I didn't. Yeah, I never bought that album. I never liked it. And they had like the bonus disc with like the scenario remix was on there and all that.
yeah.
I'm like, it's gonna take more than just a bonus disc for me to buy it though. I did not like it when I heard it.
Yeah, and you could tell that the creative synergy between Fife and Q-Tip was
Yeah.
very frayed.
Yeah. Even back to '96 when they released Beats Rhymes and Life and they had consequence on a lot of those songs and people back then was like, well, who the hell is this guy? Is he a new member? Like what's going on with the group? Why we have consequence in this group? And when we found out that that's Q-Tip's cousin and Fife and Q-Tip was fighting and
Who would
you
have
know,
thought? Who would have thought decades later, Consequence and Talib Kweli would be beefing
right.
online, for years.
Are they still beefing?
Yeah,
That's oh
I
God.
like Tyler Kweli is clearly the better rapper, but I feel like Consequence kind of. I feel like Consequence feels like Tyler Kweli needs to be punched in the face.
I
And to
love
be
both of
honest,
them,
I feel
yo.
I feel the same way.
I got love for both MCs. I know Talib's discography a lot better than Consequence, but Talib got some trash in his discography too. You know what I'm saying? There's some hits and misses in his discography. You
I mean,
know,
I did. I mean, I got quality. I mean, quality is a
yeah,
personal classic to
quality was
me.
dope. Yeah, I enjoy quality. Um, the second album, a beautiful struggle. I liked it. I know some people don't like it. I thought it was good. Again, he had
It
some
wasn't
joints
as
on
good
there.
as quality, but it's still
Yeah,
dope.
he had some joints on there where I always feel like Talib toes the line of mainstream. Even though he's like a underground cat, but he always had like a mainstream song on his album, or he did a song with a mainstream artist. Um, he had Faith Evans on that second album. He had the Neptunes on that second album. Um, Eardrum. I want to say he had Justin Timberlake on the track on Eardrum. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, if you work with Justin Timberlake, you definitely doing that for the radio. You're not just doing a song with Justin for no reason. Not at that
Yeah,
time, especially when he was like in his solo bag.
he definitely wasn't doing that for the sisters.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like you was definitely trying to gain some Justin fans. With that collab. There's some albums where I didn't care for, like that was a Radio Silence or whatever. I didn't like that album.
Yeah, I think
And,
that
and
was when I was in 2017.
yeah, and there was this shorty that I knew, and she kept talking about this album, and she ended up buying it. I'm like, this album is garbage. I didn't like this album. I'm like, I don't know what you saw in this album, but I didn't like it. And I remember she just kept bigging up this album. I'm like, nah, this album ain't for me. That Prisoner album that he did with like the funny hieroglyphic drawings on the album cover. I didn't care for that album either.
Mm.
Um, Gutter Rainbows. I can't remember if I heard it or not. It's been years. The
I
the
would
one that came out, huh?
I remember he did a song with Gucci Mane, and
Oh God.
it was terrible. And he
Oh
caught.
God.
I think he did it in the spirit of trying to
See, I don't
expand his
want to hear
audience.
that. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want to hear Gucci Man with Talib Kweli. That don't even go well together. That's like putting peanut butter with tuna fish. It don't go well.
Talib Kweli, he would be the kind of person that Gucci Mane would rob.
Yeah, it don't go together. Like I don't want to hear that. That's why I was like when I'm hearing this Smith and Wesson album when I'm hearing the song with Ralph Tresvant, and I'm like, why the fuck is Ralph Tresvant on the Smith and Wesson album? What do you know about Smith and Wesson? You know what I'm saying? Because they never did. New Edition never did like underground shit like that. So I'm like, why are you on the Smith and Wesson album?
I kind of feel like sometimes like artists like Ralph Tresvant, he may be up on Smith and Wesson, but his sensibilities doesn't mesh with Smith and Wesson.
I like how you did that. Oh man,
like remember when Smokey Robinson had that game banging song?
Oh God, that was a no. How did that happen? How did that happen?
I'm actually happy that Smokey did that song by himself, because imagine if you would have had like Snoop Dogg or
Oh no,
Cypress Hill
no.
on the song and in the video.
We got it. JPP, what up? Salute. He said he disagrees. What do you disagree with? You disagree with my Smith and Wesson hot take, or with what Rocker Bash is saying about Smokey Robinson? He said he disagrees. I remember you remember that Patti LaBelle the Patti LaBelle collab with Big Daddy Kane off of the Burning album?
Yeah.
That was bad. And I love Kane, but I always said Kane fell off when he was trying to do too much radio shit. And that happened like right after the second album when he came out with Prince of Darkness. And he had a shitload of R&B shit on there that was just trash. Like that Groove With It song, I never liked that song.
But you know what the irony is that there was a rapper that was in his mode, in his image, that had a bigger hit in that style than any song from his third album. Remember Father MC?
Yeah, but Father MC was promoted as a commercial artist though.
Yeah, but that's what Kane was trying to accomplish.
Oh, like Father MC?
Yeah, like that song "I'll Be Good to You" with Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Right. Jodeci was on that, I believe. Yeah. Or was that the other song?
No, that was the song with Mary J. Blige singing the backgrounds on.
No, I'm not saying he sounds forced. I'm saying like when I'm looking at the Infinity track listing and I'm seeing who's on the album and I'm seeing Ralph Tresvant on this Shine track. I'm like, why is Ralph Tresvant on here? Like, I'm not saying that he sounds forced because I've seen New Edition live in concert, but it's a very different Ralph Tresvant now in 2025 compared to 1984. Like he don't have those Candy Girl vocals anymore. So his vocals sound completely different now. Like when I hear the song, I felt like the song, he wasn't needed for the song. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he was forced. I'm just saying that the song would have been dope even without him on it. You know what I'm saying? And I love, like, New Edition is my favorite group of all time. I love New Edition. That's my Temptations for my generation, for the 80s and 90s. You know what I'm saying? But I don't feel like Ralph was needed on the song. And it's like, if you get Ralph Tresvant on the song, that means you plan on going radio with it. You plan on putting it out as a single, I'm assuming. You know what I'm saying? Because like I'm not gonna have Ralph Tresvant on my album and not put out the song. You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant by that. I'm not saying he sounded forced. I'm just saying for me personally, I felt like he wasn't needed for the song. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like weird to see him like Ralph Tresvant on a Smith and Wesson album. What's that about?
Yo, like Stephen A. Smith, like I'm reading Stephen A. Smith tweeted, "Nice try, folks. On my show, I said I would have swung on LeBron James had he slapped me.
No, he wouldn't.
Like lots of y'all said I was scared he would have done a few weeks ago.
LeBron is like, how tall is LeBron? Like 6'8", 6'9", and Stephen A. is how tall? Your fist wasn't gonna reach LeBron's face.
He also said, immediately after that, I would have gotten my ass thoroughly kicked by the 6'8", 250 pound
that part is true.
But folks just left that part of my YouTube sentence out, huh? Okay, have fun.
Now that I do agree. Now if I could understand if they were collaborating with Ralph Tresvant because they never got a chance to back in the day, then that I could understand why they why they did the song. But you know what I'm saying? But like if they were just using Ralph to like get radio plays, like Smith and Wesson never done that before. So it was like I felt like they were reaching with certain tracks on this on the new album. You know what I'm saying? It just gave off like a hip hop soul vibe to me compared to the all. But that I do agree with. Like if they were just doing that because they never got a chance to work with New Edition or whatever, then I can understand why they were using it.
I must say, like Stephen A. Smith, he's like Smokey and Friday. Like when like
But
like when he was confronted when what's the bully's name in Friday?
I know you're talking about. Shit, I forgot his name. I
Debo.
forgot his Debo, right?
Yeah,
Tiny
like
Lister. Rest in peace, Tiny Lister.
yeah, like when Debo come around, I tuck my chain in.
Yeah,
And when he walks away, I'll be talking my shit again.
yeah.
Like Stephen A. made it much worse because you're really embarrassed that you got punked, and now you wanna
Exactly. Like why
tough
she keep
talk.
going on about it though? That's the thing, is like you're gonna make this a whole thing for the whole year?
And he did what LeBron said he was going to do.
Right. I agree. But I also feel like LeBron he can't go after everybody that says something about Bronny, because you put Bronny in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, the whole father thing, I get that. At the same time, Bronny's a grown ass man. And there's gonna come a point when you're no longer gonna be in the game and Bronny's gonna have to set foot on that court by himself and figure things out on his own. And then what? You know what I'm saying? So it's like going after all the beat writers and the bloggers, and like, for what?
Yeah, like I feel like Bronny, he like on one hand, I'm sure he's thankful that his pops is defending his honor, but on the other hand, he may feel like I have to deal with the ridicule
Yeah.
of my father speaking up for me. And Stephen A. Smith, he's on ESPN 5 days a week
Uh-huh.
and 52 weeks a year. I'm going to have to hear about this
Right.
as long as I'm a pro in the NBA.
Now that I agree. Like, JJP is making some points here. I agree with that. He says they might have bumped into each other back in the 90s and meant to work together and never got to. I feel you though, but in all honesty, people would have accused them of making no. See, but I think the All Part 2 sound wise is very different from this album. Well, I mean, whereas like with the All, they had one song with Music Social, and they had I think Dreamland had Heather Victoria on it. She was like on the chorus or whatever. But they didn't have like a lot of, you know, hooks on that album where you needed an R&B singer. This album, they have that. There's more hooks being sung on Infinity than All. And I get it. Like, if that's the sound that they chose, I get it. Like, they wanted a different sound for that for this album. I just, for me, it wasn't a sound I was expecting. Like, I think that's what it was. Like, when I heard it, I was like, I'm hearing hip hop soul Smith and Wesson. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not what I'm used to from them. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, like they all older now. I don't expect them to do a Bucktown, you know, at this point in their lives. You know, but like I said, like the album's still banging. You know, they coming out with different singles. You know, there's a lot of bangers on this album. You know, he said I respect them for going for a different sound. The Root went through gain and lose. Yep, I definitely agree with that. You know, they took a chance, and even with the Roots, it's like they I think after things fall apart is when they started to change. They started to get more play on MTV. You know, especially with Chronology, when they came out with the C 2.0 with Cody Chestnut. That video got played on MTV all the time. You know, they, you know, even the song that they did with Music Social, Break You Off, that was That was like the first single I believe on Chronology. So it was the Roots. Even their sound at that time was changing. Yeah, but they only got a remix with Mary J. They got the "I Love You" remix. They it's not like they were in high demand for different R&B remixes. Like that was mostly Ray and Ghost that was doing that. You know, you had Ray and Ghost that was doing that. Nas jumped on a couple of remixes. Jay-Z did that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I get it. Like, and I'm not knocking it. Like, I think the album is banging. It's just I think I was just put off by the first time hearing it and hearing, you know, some of the R&B tracks, and I was just like, this is not Smith and Wesson. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that could have been their call. That could have been Ninth Wonder and the Soul Council call. That could have been Juha. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking the album. I think the album's banging. They're picking the right singles. I just wasn't expecting that type of sound from them. That's what I'm really getting at. He said Boot Camp was banned from Hot. See, I didn't know Boot Camp was banned from Hot 97. I know Wu-Tang was banned from Hot 97. I didn't know about Boot Camp. That's crazy. Damn, I just found out about that. I didn't even know that. So Hot 97 was just banning everybody then. Busta Rhymes did that, Janet Jackson. Yeah. I love the Busta joint. But see, like even with Busta, Busta was doing that even from the coming. Like he had the joint with Zhané, It's a Party. He had was it the second album? He had the joint with Erykah Badu on that album. So I think with every Busta solo album, he had like a R&B joint on there.
But you know what? The thing about Busta is that once something works, he's going to do it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Like he had the joint with Zhané, then the joint with Janet Jackson, then the song that was played nonstop ad nauseum, the song with Mariah Carey.
Oh yeah. The Flipmode joint. Yeah, he had that. He had the joint with Khalees. What's it gonna what it is now, right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that joint. That was a major hit for him. He's done stuff with Mary. I think Mary J was on the Genesis album. She did a song with him on there. So he was doing the R&B shit from like the beginning, even like before the coming. Like he was on the SWV remix for You're the One. There's a remix for that where they have one with Busta and they got one with Mr. Cheeks. So he was doing remixes for like everybody, rap remixes, R&B remixes. You know, he said you got to remember Smith and Wesson also has. Yeah, that definitely. I get it. I get it definitely. I remember hearing those the Military Minded joint from the One Nation album that never came out, and that was on the Machiavelli bootlegs. And you know, I know Pac was close with Boot Camp Click.
I think had he lived long enough to finish the One Nation album,
yeah,
I think he would have reconnected with a lot of the fans he alienated from New York City.
Right.
Because if you listen to like the original version of Military Mind and Brothers at Arms with Buckshot, Smith and Wesson, he sounds like he never left New York.
Right.
As far as the spirit of rhyming, as far as like his love of New York culture.
I agree. And I mean I think both coasts loved Pac. Like we both claimed Pac. Like New York claimed him, California claimed him. You know, he was just that special. You know what I'm saying? Like both coasts had to claim him. You know, like I didn't have my issue was both coasts getting involved in the feud with him and Big. But I didn't have an issue with him, you know, going to Death Row and I mean, because he gave us 2 classic albums on Death Row. You know what I'm saying? All Eyes on Me was that. I remember when they started showing the TV promo for that album before it came out, and they had Ambitions as a Rider playing in the background. We were already hyped for that double album,
Yeah,
and then like it when it came out, it was great. Like everybody was bumping it. Like I played that album every day when that came out. You know,
yeah,
and then it started to turn into, well, I'm just gonna play it on the anniversary of his death in September. Um, Machiavelli, same with that. Machiavelli was actually the last album that I bought on cassette. Like before, like I totally stopped buying cassettes altogether. Like that was the last album I bought on cassette was Machiavelli, and played that to death. And that to me was a great album too. You know,
yeah. You know, I didn't start buying cassettes until maybe 2000,
right?
but that was because the industry was starting to phase out cassettes
Yeah, yeah.
for CDs.
Hmm.
So whenever a new album would come out, the album wasn't available on cassette anyway, so I just bought the
Right.
CD. And
And at
after
that,
a while, I just stopped looking for cassettes. Period.
yeah. And at that time in 2000, we had Napster. So I remember having Napster and just downloading like a lot of like, albums and unreleased freestyles and stuff. And then Napster, they shut Napster down. But I was still buying albums here and there, depending on who it was. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like Machiavelli was like the last album I bought on cassette, and I played that tape to death, man. It was crazy.
But the thing about Napster is that Napster went away, but there was always
Yeah.
something else that
Yeah.
supplanted,
Yeah. I had
like LimeWire.
LimeWire was good. For some reason, when I would always try to download BearShare, it would shut down my computer. So I never
I was
I
always
never
fearful that I would contract a virus on my
yeah,
computer.
I never could use BearShare. So I had LimeWire, I had the Morpheus, I had Aries, I had all those file sharing you know uh uh, installation to use. You know what I'm saying? And then we had the mixtape era at that time too. So it's like a lot of the mixtapes I was getting, the Machiavelli bootlegs when that flooded the streets. I had to go to Chinatown for that.
Hmm.
And a lot of my friends had different volumes, so we would trade. And then it's just the mixtape era just came in. You had the Wayne mixtapes and 50 mixtapes and all that. So that was a great era. So like I was buying, but I was buying certain albums, and then like for the street team stuff, they would always send like the albums to me. So I was getting a lot of the free albums from like Boot Camp and Def Jam and all that. Atlantic. You know what I'm saying? But we definitely have love for Pac, man. He's to me he's one of the best. You said my last cassette with Legal Drug Money is classic. That's an album that I need to get. I don't have that album, surprisingly. I never bought it. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause at that time, like when you go into the record store and you might have like I might always have like a list with me, and it would be like maybe 3 or 4 albums that I wanted ahead of like another album. So it's like I always wanted to get that album, but I never bought it. But yeah, I definitely need to get that first Lost Boys album. Actually, the first two. But I'd like Love Peace and Nappiness was another great one to me as well.
Yeah, legal drug money. Easy B did a lot of production on that
Yeah,
album.
yeah. We had Pete Rock. Pete Rock did the Yearn. That was fire.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that first album is classic.
And that's
Yeah.
another group. Are they from Hollis or Southside Jamaica?
I thought they was always from Southside Jamaica.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Mr. Cheeks follow me. I need to just ask him, yo. Like I should just ask him, like, yo, where officially are you from in Queens, yo? You know, yeah, Napster definitely hit the streets like a drug, man. Everybody was downloading that, and it was crazy, man. And I seen something recently, like they sold it for like 200 million or something. Did you hear about that?
On Napster.
Yeah, they recently sold like the company for 200 million.
But I wonder, like, who got the like, how was the profits distributed?
I don't know. I thought that been sold. I mean, the fact that I'm seeing a post, unless it's a fake post, I saw something like yesterday or day before that they sold Napster for 200 million. So I don't
Mm.
know. Yeah, we could only buy so much. I wanted to buy the whole store at one point. You know what I'm saying? But like when we didn't have the money for CDs, we had the money for the tapes. Because depending on where you go, like tapes, like the Wiz would have tapes for like $7.98, $9.98. So if I didn't have enough money for the CD, I get the cassette. Cassettes were more expensive at that time. Tupac was great, but he just never convinced me he was a West Coast rapper. Just couldn't get the image of Bishop out my head. Seems like he signed Chuck. But I mean, you know, we didn't understand why he signed with Death Row, but I mean, in the end, he gave us two classic albums. You know, that's really how I took it. I mean, I never really looked at him like as a West Coast artist either, but I mean, he started really with Digital Underground. They were from Oakland. They gave him they his first break on the song, on the same song. So, what I mean, he had his ties to the West. I mean, but we always claimed him as ours. But he's done great song with music with both coasts. Stuff with MC Breed and with Too Short and them E40. And you know what I mean? Digital Underground. You know, that's why I say he's just like a special artist. You don't really find that too much in hip hop where both coasts love that artist. It's usually like one or the other. You know. In Flatbush, we had a local record electronic store that sold albums earlier. Yeah, there were a couple record stores like in the village. Like there was a store called Bondi's in the village that they would put out the albums like the Friday before, because albums used to come out on the Tuesday. They would put out the albums early on the Friday, and so that you could get it. So like I bought like a lot of albums like that Friday that they would put out before Tuesday release. You said the Wiz was too expensive and far. Ah man, see, I used to go to the Wiz downtown Brooklyn. That was my spot. And if they didn't have the album, they had Super Beach Street. They had Music Factory. I would go there. You know, yeah, you have to know where to go. Yeah, man. Bondi's was great, man. I bought a lot of great albums from Bondi's, man. I'm sorry they're not still around. They had J&R Music World was like right on that same block, like right in that area, and they end up going out of business. Crazy.
Man, I miss the record stores.
Oh yeah, I mean we still got the record stores here. It's like everybody is into vinyl again, so we got the vinyl stores in Manhattan and in different parts of Brooklyn and Queens and all that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the KP Wiz. I don't think I ever went to that one. I went to Sam Goody. The Sam Goody one was expensive. That shit was. I remember buying EPMD when they came out with I think it was the Out of Business album, because that had like the double CD where they had like they greatest hits on, and that shit they wanted like $28 for that.
Yeah, the markup was always crazy.
Yeah, I'm like $28 for this. That's their last album. You're crazy. And then it wasn't their last album. They end up coming. They end up coming out again with the We Mean Business. I was like, nah, man. I got robbed.
Yeah, there was a small record store around my way called White's Music Plus,
Yeah.
and I would get all of the albums. Like I would shop there so much I would get
Word.
albums on discount.
Yeah. Yo, that's why we had to do the Columbia House thing, yo. The 12 CDs for a penny. That scam. We had to do that scam because it was like CDs were too expensive.
Oh
That shit
yeah,
was
I mean, especially like if you went to a mall, man, like the market would be so crazy, man. I remember
yo.
I'm gonna wait and see if I can get this album cheaper, from Columbia House,
Yo.
or another
Yo,
record
that
store.
yo, yo, I didn't realize it was like a nationwide thing till I got on the internet, and I
Yeah.
heard like so many people doing this exact same shit. I was like, oh, well, this is like a nationwide scam. I thought it was just me. Like we would like use dead people's name and shit, and have the CDs coming out in that name or whatever.
But
I'm like,
but
bro,
you know what? The messed up part was that like the shipping and handling would damn near be like the cost
yeah, the
of
cost
the
of the
CD
CDs,
anyway.
yeah, you know what I'm saying, and man, those are the days. Columbia House. I wish they had Columbia House though. Some
Man,
of these
like
albums now, like you hear some of these albums now of today, I'm like, I would never buy this shit.
I think the problem with streaming is that streaming the process to making music available is too simple.
Yeah,
Like with like at least with a record store, like the process is, the mastering at the plant, then it's taken to the wholesale warehouse, then taken to a retailer,
facts.
you know, and even then, like if it's like say
Yeah, yo.
if it's like an
We,
obscure album, you may have to pick it up
we,
from a mom and pop record
we
store.
we was making up like fake names and dead people names and getting the CDs like that. Cause you put your real name, the bill coming to you and shit. So I wasn't doing that. You know what I'm saying? And then when I got online like years ago, and I started to find out like they had like message boards with like people doing the same shit. I was like, yo, this is like a nationwide thing. That's what I think we caused them to go out of business. Like we all responsible for causing Columbia House to go out of business. You know what I'm saying? And at one point they had switched over to just selling DVDs, and then I think they stopped doing that. But yo, that was like a real thing. Like I was not using my real name for that. I was like, yo, let me use this dead person name. Let me make up a name. Oscar the Grouch or some shit.
Did you I'll be honest, like when Blockbuster was around,
Yeah.
I didn't like going to
Nah. I
Blockbuster
never
to
I
buy
use
music.
Blockbuster like I only use Blockbuster like once or twice to rent a new game, like back when I had like maybe Nintendo, Super Nintendo. But I never kept like I know people used to keep the Blockbuster shit. I never kept it.
I mean, I don't even know how they even did that because like
Yeah.
the rental penalties will
They have
be
your address, right? But they would keep it. I'm like, nah, because the Blockbuster around my way was so close to my house. I was like, nah, I ain't doing that shit.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I never kept it. But yeah, I knew people like they actually kept like the whole Blockbuster case with the movie and all that. I'm like, y'all crazy. Y'all was wild. You know. But yeah, like that Columbia House thing was like a real thing, bro. I was like, damn, like it wasn't just me. I'm thinking I'm like the only one that's doing it, and we come to find out the whole country's doing it. You know,
Yeah.
it's crazy. Put them out of business for life. That's terrible. Shame on you
And
black people that did that.
and also at that time you didn't have to link. Like
Right.
you could have like a fake credit card on file, but it wouldn't be linked to
I,
your
I
bank
just I
account.
took it out. You remember when they used to have like you had to like fill out the form? They had it like in the magazines. I would just take it out the Source magazine or whatever,
Hmm.
or I think it was maybe like Rolling Stone they would have it in, and I would just take out the fill out form, and I would just fill it out and then mail it, and then they would send you the CDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how I did it. I ain't I ain't had no credit card and all that. You know?
Yeah. Like it was like because they had no reason to think that you was going to default on
Yeah,
payment.
they used to think you was actually they're gonna pay them. I'm like, no, for 12 CDs. I'm like, I'm keeping this shit. You know that I would end up trading some of the CDs. Like they might have been like one or two I didn't want. That I just like filled out the whole form just so that they could send it and they could send me the others, and then I would just give away like the other two. But yeah, we did that. We did that all the time, man. That was like the thing.
And at the time, I really didn't have enough appreciation for the greatest hits
Right. See,
packages.
I love the greatest hits. Like depending on the artist, I would keep the greatest hits collection. So if it was like Bob Marley, the Legend collection, that's a classic.
Yeah.
Or if it was like maybe Hall and Notes or something. I would keep. I grew up on Hall and Notes music, like '80s Hall and Notes was classic to me. But for certain, not for every artist. Like for other artists, I was like, nah, let me give this to somebody. I know that they're gonna appreciate it. So
Yeah, that the Legend album. I knew of several. I knew of Bob Marley,
yeah,
but I never was exposed to his music. So
right,
like the Legend album, I treated it like it was an
yeah,
album of new songs, even though it was
exactly.
older songs.
So then, like when you hear those songs, like when you hear "Satisfy My Soul" or Exodus, Redemption song, you can go back and listen to the Kaya album, or the Survival album, or Uprising, Nazi Dread. You know what I mean? So those are like his classic albums.
Yeah, I didn't do that until like years later.
Yeah. That's what happened to me. Like I remember listening to I think it was Avril Lavigne or Pink. Well, it was one of those artists I heard like their greatest hits, and I went back and listened to like some of their albums. You know, man, this shit funny.
I hate greatest hits, but Legend was done well.
Yeah, Legend was done well, definitely. I got that on vinyl and CD. That's how much I really enjoyed that compilation. Yeah, the Marley biopic I enjoyed too. They definitely did their thing on that. Some people said it was rushed. They didn't cover everything. I mean, but if they have like a certain amount of time, they got to pick like the major things to talk about. So I think the biopic was great.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be things that you can nitpick about
Right.
biopics. They didn't include this part of his life.
Yeah.
They could have shed more light on this, but with a
Yeah.
2 hour movie,
Mm-hmm.
you know the
Hey,
the uh, the script has to be very concise, and you have
facts.
to be able to move from scene to scene and get to the major touchstones of a person's life quickly.
He said they should have gotten a Jamaican to play him. Well, I mean, what Jamaican actor in Hollywood right now that could have played him? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. It's like you want the authenticity with the actor, but it's like who do they have that could have played him? I mean, I felt like the guy that played Bob Marley was good.
I, when I saw the movie in the theater, I
Yeah,
never felt like I'm watching an actor totally immersed as Bob Marley. I felt like I was watching an actor put on a dread wig and put on a fake Jamaican
so, so,
accent.
so you wanted to see a Jamaican born actor play him,
With someone that could pull off a Jamaican accent better than he did.
right?
I I appreciate I like the actress that played Rita Marley's acting a
Yeah,
lot
I've
more.
seen her before in other things too. She was good.
Yeah, I felt like as a supporting actress, she did way more to carry the movie than he did.
Right. Um. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I mean, they're gonna do that with the Michael album. When that Michael biopic come out, they're gonna do the same thing. Like, why didn't they talk about this, or they gloss too quickly over this? And when these studios have a certain amount of time, it's like they got to cover the most important events of that artist. You know what I mean? And with Michael had a lot. So where do you begin and where do you end? You know?
Do we really need a Michael biopic?
I mean, for me, see, like my introduction to him was '82 when Thriller came out. So I know basically everything that happened to him from '82 on to when he died. But unless it's gonna be stuff that we don't know that the public don't know, I want to see what they do with it with the movie. Though. I want to because I'm hearing it's not going to start with them in the Jackson 5. It's going to start with them being solo. So that's kind of like a continuation from the Jackson 5 miniseries that they had.
But none of the members had successful solo careers besides
Besides Michael and Janet.
Michael. Yeah,
I mean, Jermaine could sing, but he never reached the potential like Michael or Janet. You know what I'm saying? Like he got hit
where
records. He got some hits, but he never reached that superstar status like Michael and Janet did.
he did have "Don't Take It Personal."
Right. He had that. He had "Tell Me I'm Not Dreaming." Um, he had that slow ballad, "Do What You Do."
And also, don't forget he had that song and
The
video
Whitney.
"Dynamite."
Right. Yeah, he had to join with Whitney as well because he was on Whitney's first album. You know what I'm saying? Because I think him and Whitney was dating at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you seen that video for "Dynamite"?
Yeah, he had the with I actually have that song, that album on vinyl. I didn't care for Dynamite. Even now when I look at it, it's just the video's cheesy. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But
it looked like a bad jazzercise video.
yeah, you know what I mean. But he could sing. He just never reached that superstar status like Michael and Janet did, though. You know what I'm saying? Like he had like any fame he had was really from being in the group. You know what I'm saying? And then he got his record. I think he had left first. He got his solo deal and left the group first or whatever. And then you know what I mean. But you know, I want to see it just to see how they do it and if they're gonna actually show, or at least give the public like stuff that we didn't know about. I think the public know everything about Michael Jackson at this point. So
I
I
want
don't know. Mhm.
I want to see Michael's reaction to "Word to the Bad."
Right, that terrible diss record that Jermaine did. You know what I'm
Yo, that
saying?
yo, when I sometimes I'll go on YouTube to look that song up to listen to it for old time's sake. Man, first of all, it was a bad
Yo,
New Jack Swing beat, and
it was
Jermaine Jackson's rapping is terrible.
that was bad. That was bad. I remember they have a clip of him on the Today Show with Matt Lauer, and he's talking about that song. I'm like, how did he get on the Today Show talking about that whole song? Man,
Yeah,
that might have ruined his career. Like you going up against your brother, who was like the best in the Jackson 5 to begin with. Like you wasn't gonna
and,
win that battle,
and then Michael poured rank on Jermaine
right?
by threatening Epic Records if Jermaine is allowed to release that record.
Crazy. He pulled the he pulled the Kendrick.
Yeah, pretty
Oh man.
much.
Oh man. And then it's like Michael actually went back to the group when they was releasing the Victory album, and then he did the Victory tour, and he really didn't have to because that was at the time when Thriller was out. It was like the best album ever, and he was promoting Thriller, and he reluctantly did the Victory album. He's only like on maybe 2 songs, and then he did the Victory tour, and it was all about Michael. They didn't even care about the brothers at that point. Everybody wanted to see Michael. You know what I'm saying? So it was like I still think maybe they'll show that part in the movie where I think people say Joe talked him into doing the Victory tour. He didn't want to do it, but he did it because of his brothers or whatever. Looking out for them, and maybe they'll show that part. But I remember when he went on tour with them, and the media was just there for him. They didn't give a damn about no Jackson 5 song. They wanted to hear him do "Beat It" and "Human Nature" and all that.
And that was the last that was like
That
the Jacksons golden parachute.
yeah.
Like you better save your money
Uh-huh.
and retire from it because I'm not
Yeah.
doing
That's
none of
it.
this going forward.
That was the last album he did with them because they came out with 2300 Jackson Street, but he's not on that album. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And which is why that album didn't sell because he wasn't a part of it.
He was in that video. It was like at a family reunion.
Yeah. I think it was in the video. Yeah, but that's as far as you got with him. He was I ain't giving no vocals, nothing.
And could you imagine? Like ever since you were 9 years old,
Mm-hmm.
like you've been given the responsibility to carry the entire group.
Yep.
All of your brothers' successes in the future. is on your shoulders,
Yeah, and he did it.
and he did it for them.
Yeah,
And I'm
and,
sure
and
they didn't reciprocate any gratitude for it.
then he said, "I had enough of y'all. I'm going solo." And then,
Yeah,
yeah, he's like, let me hook up with Quincy and put out these classics. You know what I'm
he
saying? And
did what he was supposed to do.
yeah, I
I,
want to see that. Even though I remember like the Jackson 5 miniseries, and they showed when he went solo, but I want to see how they do it in the movie. If they like if the movie starts, is he going to already be solo, or is it going to be a point where we actually see him going solo? You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
because he had like solo albums before actually working with Quincy on Off the Wall, and then of course Thriller and Bad. But those even those albums people don't talk about. They don't talk about Forever Michael and the Ben soundtrack, and you know what I mean? Got to be there. They don't talk about those solo albums. So I want to see how exactly like from when they do this movie, like when is it gonna be? Like is it gonna be like that era of Michael, or is it the era of Michael when he linked up with Quincy?
yeah.
No. But I'm definitely wanna see that movie, man. You know, they and then his nephew is Jafar is playing him.
Hmm.
So that's one of Jermaine's sons that's playing him. And he has the height. He looks like Michael. I don't know. Like the singing is gonna be. I don't know if they're gonna use actual Michael's tracks or if Jafar is singing, but he has the look of Michael. But I want to see, can he sing like Uncle Michael?
I mean, if he can sing like Michael Vish, hell, give him the Oscar right now.
Already,
Yeah,
man. I don't know. We're gonna see because I know it comes out in October. He's saying so. That's right around Oscar time for like to get nominated. We'll see. We'll see what it is. Mr. Sandman said Mike had very high standards and expectations for his music. He expected everything he touched to go platinum. His brothers probably wasn't that obsessed with it. Yep, definitely, definitely. I remember there was a story of how he was like obsessed with outdoing Off the Wall. Like when they were doing Thriller, I think I was in the Thriller documentary. Like he wanted Thriller to be all like a chart topping like best ever album. And that just goes to the drive of Michael, like that he was the best all time. That's why he's a GOAT. Because everything he did, it had to be the best. Whether it was an album or a movie, giving other artists hit records, he was always great at what he did. His dancing was great. He had like the illest, costumes and wardrobe at that time. You know what I'm saying? So he was always great at everything. And like you said, like maybe his brothers didn't want it that bad as him solo wise. Maybe Jermaine didn't want it as bad as him. Maybe Latoya and Reby didn't want it as bad as Janet. You know, I definitely agree with that. Sure. But we definitely got to end this off. We almost been on here for like 5 hours, bro. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Shout out to everybody that joined JJP and Mr. Sandman. Who else I saw in here? There's somebody else that I seen. Untel Enhance. Shout out to you, Callie York. Shout out to you. Subscribe to the channel. Like, comment, share. I'm gonna definitely be back this weekend. I'm gonna drop a video this weekend. We're gonna be doing some stuff on Instagram Live too, and I'm just gonna upload it on here as well. So if you don't follow me on Instagram, follow me on Instagram, Triborough_Gigolo. Follow Rockabash on Instagram as well. He's doing great things for this culture, and yeah, man, just stay tuned. Definitely gonna be back. Maybe next week we'll do another live stream.
No doubt.
No doubt. So this was great, Rock, as always. I'm gonna hit you up.
Please do, man. And it's a pleasure, talking sports, talking
Yes,
music,
no
talking
doubt.
uh, everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is like your one-stop shop for everything, like music, sports, movies, politics, everything we talk about on here.
Absolutely, man.
You know
Always
what I
have
mean?
a good time, and I look
Yeah,
forward to doing it next week.
no doubt. Peace.
Peace.